Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start this meeting, technical but crucial. So, welcome to this tiny pavilion in space, but huge in its message. Behind and beyond the dynamics of the COP negotiations, you are in an area in which we decided to choose a different method. In the Mediterranean, besides what's going on at the COP, we decided that together we can. If we put together our differences, including those that made us have misunderstandings in the past, we end up having a larger basket of solutions. And this is absolutely clear in the field of energy. We need each other. Now, let me take it for a little bit from far away. The real cause of climate change is not development. It's unfair development. The polarization of possibilities, chances, production, consumption is what is debalancing our ecosystem. And in this project, to integrate the energy systems around Europe and the Mediterranean, we really have to understand this part. We have a project. The North needs renewable energy from the South. But if we conceived it only as an industrial operation in which a few privileged producers have access to a rich market, we would be betraying the very sense of this whole operation. We have to go fast, we have to be quick, but we have to build a process in which the first beneficiaries are the agricultures, the manufacturers, the orderly and progressive urban organization of the countries that possess the riches that we are talking about. In this case, sun. This to underline that this is not only a technical, not even only a business, not only even a climate operation, it is a highly political operation. And in this sense, as I mentioned yesterday also, the tiny pavilion where we are is the right home to drive the whole exercise. We are the ones who unite around the table all the states, all the stakeholders. We have the platforms, and we are sure that together with the European Union and our partners in the South, this whole process can be conducted in its thorough dimensions. But I will not take too much time from our guests. We are honored to have with us the Director General of DG NEAR and Huda. None of you needs an introduction, but if you want to say a few more words about the institutions you represent, please do it yourself. I will not do it as well.
Thank you very much, Gramenos. And now I'm very pleased to give the floor to DG NEAR Director General, Mr. Koopman, to give his opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Huda. Thank you very much, colleagues from the UFM. Thank you very much, colleagues, for joining this session. I would like to quote the introduction that maybe this is a small pavilion, but the subject we talk about is transversal and is really huge, hugely important, not just from an economic development standpoint, but also politically. As you know, the incoming European Commission that is set to start on the 1st of December will have, for the first time, I think in 20 years, a dedicated commissioner for the Mediterranean who will be tasked, has been tasked, I should say, with developing a trans-Mediterranean energy and clean tech initiative that, in essence, seeks to develop a different environmental, energy and economic system on both sides of the Mediterranean by linking up the energy systems and ensuring that large parts of the clean tech value chains are developed on the southern shores of the Mediterranean. So a huge potential that will benefit both sides of the Mediterranean, we very strongly believe. And politically, of course, during these rather turbulent times, will underline Europe's commitment to its southern neighborhood, with which we are so intimately connected. So it is a massively ambitious project on which the credibility of much of what we do in the EU vis-à-vis the southern neighborhood will depend. I see it as a key element in the Pact for the Mediterranean, which she has also been tasked with to develop, that will be a broader initiative encompassing other strands of our cooperation. As you know, we have also, on a bilateral basis, started working with our partners in the southern Mediterranean, agreeing on comprehensive and strategic partnerships, which we have so far concluded with Egypt and Tunisia. We're working with Jordan, as you know, also discussing intensively with Morocco. And energy plays a critical role in all of these partnerships. Now, what makes this TMED plan so important is that it also brings coordination. So the idea is not just to draw a few lines, facilitate a few projects, help build some clean tech value chains in the southern Mediterranean, but in essence to try to link this up in a comprehensive strategy. And I think that is essential, because if we look at the development of our energy systems in the EU, you will see that they are based on integrated planning. And this is what we need to bring to our partnership. And if we do that in an intelligent manner, and we are setting an ambitious level for development of renewables, then I think we can achieve a triple win. We can help the region decarbonize much faster. We can, secondly, increase economic competitiveness, both in the south and by importing large quantities of renewable energy, be it molecules or substances. We can also gain in the north. And finally, and this of course is absolutely critical, we can help through this process the economic development of the regions in the south, with very young populations that have a huge potential to catch up economically, but are presently still at levels of economic development that are very far from ours, and which poses many, many challenges for people and societies. So there's a lot riding on this initiative, as I have said. We're not starting from scratch, because these projects that I refer to, which are developing a little bit in isolation, provide a rich starting point. There's the South H2 corridor, which of course is large-scale renewables. We are looking at renewables in hydrogen in Egypt, and discussing electricity lines from Morocco and Tunisia to the EU, potentially with a much larger footprint than has been developed so far. So with all of that, I think we have the opportunity with our partners in the south of developing something that could be transformational. We will need to do this in a very inclusive manner. It cannot be something that we develop for ourselves. This is not Desert Shield. Let me underline this very clearly. This is a true partnership. It's not based just on nice statements, MOUs, but on real action on the ground. It's backed up by real money. We are mobilizing our financial instruments, and are also willing to develop very innovative tools under our financial instrument kit. So with all of that, we believe that if we are ambitious, by restructuring the financial instrument kit, we could mobilize 25 billion euros of investments just in the next 5 to 7 years. So with all of that, I believe that we are going to be entering a very exciting period setting up this initiative. I extend an invitation to everyone who is here and who is listening online to work with OMEC, UFM and ourselves to set this up. And I look forward to a very fruitful collaboration. Thank you very much, Huda.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your words. Thank you. Thank you very much. So I know that you will have to leave us in a short time because of other commitments. So let me say a few words of thanks before we begin the set of the scene and the discussion. So the discussion today on clean energy in the Mediterranean region, reviving the leading role of the Mediterranean in sustainable energy. I warmly welcome all of you here on site, and also all of our speakers and also friends online. And on behalf of OMEC, I extend my heartfelt thanks for making today's event possible. First, I would like to thank you and express my gratitude for you, Mr. Koopman, for your trust in our work and for giving us the opportunity to support the TMED initiative. Thank you for your support, for the excellent collaboration that we share also with your team. So it's a big pleasure, and for joining us today, of course, to open this event. Our sincere thanks go to the Union for the Mediterranean for their generous hospitality and for hosting our side events today. And special thanks to my friend Gramenos Mastroianni, Deputy Secretary General, for both your presence here today as well, for opening our work, and also for the exceptional cooperation that we are having with you and your team for many years now within the UFM energy platforms. I would like also to thank very warmly our speakers. We are very honored to have high-level speakers today here on site and also online. We have members from OMEC, which are here with us, and also members of the advisory board for this initiative, which have been supporting us, are still supporting us in the work that we are doing. So it's a pleasure to have this estimate representative of our members. So Mr. Massimo Derci, Chief Operation Officer of SNAM and CEO of SNAM Rete Gas, as well as Dr. Mohamed El Khayat, Executive Chairman of Egypt New and Renewable Energy Authority, who is with us online from Egypt, and also with Mr. Fabrizio Matana, Executive Vice President of Gas Assets at Edison, so is also online. A warm welcome also to Kamel Ben Nasser. He's on his way, so CEO of Numedia Energy Consulting and former Minister for Energy and Industry in Tunisia. Walter Bolz is here with us from the advisory board online. He's senior advisor from Austria, that you know very well. And last but not least, Frank Wouters, chairman of the MENA Hydrogen Alliance and director at the MedGem Network. Finally, thanks again for you to be here, and we can kickstart with the set the scene and then the roundtable discussion. So if you allow me, I will go to the quick set the scene, and then we will have the roundtable. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So, I will, before we start the discussion on where we are, I would like to share with you some fact bases on the outcomes of part of our study, which we are doing in support of the TMED initiative. And here we are, I'm going to focus on some reality check, in the sense that we are going to look at what could be happening by 2030 in terms of exploiting renewable energy and renewable hydrogen with the purpose of exporting to Europe. First of all, just to remind, of course, why it makes sense that we are talking about the subject. It's obvious, and we all know that the region is endowed with huge solar resources and also a very good wind potential as well. And this map, when we look at this map, it makes obvious that there is an economic even sense in order to promote and largely tap the potential of renewable energy resources. And here we have the map of solar. So it is obvious that it would cost less to produce renewable electricity in the South Mediterranean countries than in the north. We also know that decarbonizing the region is not an option. We have to accelerate, and accelerating this decarbonization would mean that we need to tap the huge potential of renewable electricity that is available in the region. But there is also an opportunity to promote Euromed cooperation within that in order to support as well the decarbonization of the region as a whole in a most competitive way, but at the same time increase the market for the renewables and in the South Mediterranean countries. So just to share with you some results, we've been looking at renewables and how renewables have been evolving and what are the plans by 2030 in terms of pipeline of projects that the countries are putting on the table and envisaging in the South Mediterranean countries. So in our database we have more than 300 projects that the different South and East Mediterranean countries are envisaging, and so in case these projects will happen, we see the analysis have shown that only Egypt would have some capacity available to export, because all of the plants would be required for the South Mediterranean countries for their own needs. We have assessed to some 460 terawatt-hours that would be needed by the South Mediterranean countries in order to decarbonize their system, if they are in the path of decarbonization. And more or less, this is the same amount of renewables that would be required by Europe to import in case we go for REU-Power. So if we are to achieve the targets of REU-Power, then Europe would need to import some renewables, and it was by chance that we have the same amounts, but this amount for the South would be needed from themselves. So we need to accelerate. If we want to also import renewables from neighboring countries which are close, then we need to accelerate the plan for renewable energy in the South Mediterranean countries. And as I said, from the analysis, the only country that have set ambitious targets with renewable plans, projects, pipelines, is Egypt in terms of excess capacity that would be available. But the problem in that case is that this available potential renewable energy for export won't be exported because of lack of infrastructure. So there is somehow, in a short term, a mismatch between when the renewable capacity potentially exportable be available and the non-possibility to deliver. And the analysis show that by 2030 there is economic sense to work on the North African countries, because Tunisia and Morocco, these are the two countries who have or is going to have soon the electricity interconnection. So infrastructure, this is the first conclusion as well, is that the potential is there, but infrastructure is tremendous in order to integrate the Mediterranean region, and we need to accelerate and need to work on how to match the energy demand with the import demand with the potential exports. Now for green hydrogen, we have been also, as you know, several countries in the South Mediterranean countries have already adopted strategies. And what we see in this strategy is big part of their strategy would be to export. So they consider their plan both for their own use, but they rely very much on the possibility to export in order to develop renewable energy in their countries. We have assessed, according to what projects are ongoing, and this is, as you know, much more MOUs. So we see that there is ambition goals, very huge goals in terms of willingness to develop green renewable hydrogen. But so far, and it is emerging, by the way, it is not compared to renewables. We see very little progress for the time being. And here our scenarios show that if we go and implement, we are able to implement the projects that are announced, and that we have set some selection criteria with our members and with our advisory board and expert. We have selected 8 projects that are widespread in the region, so it's not like renewables. We have Morocco, we have Tunisia, we have Egypt. Then we could cover these countries, and these projects could cover 25% to 35% of European Union import by 2030, but won't be the 10 million needs that the European Union is looking for by 2030. And we have been assessing how much, so we have identified this pipeline of projects, and we have by 2030 again, and we've been assessing, and this is preliminary figures, how much it would cost to implement this project, and we assessed this investment needs to 230 to 3 billion euros. And what is amazing is when we look at the structure of this investment capacity, 60% of these investments would go for renewable energy capacity. And this is relatively good news because financing renewable energies, we know how it works and what to do. And then you have 10% for electrolyzers, somehow a third for infrastructure, and of course infrastructure again, but we need all of this because if you have the electricity generation production available but you don't have the infrastructure to export, so it is of course very useful for the local need but useless in terms of export. So the good news is that Mediterranean is here in COP, and we have been talking a lot about how to accelerate the energy transition. Yesterday, a few days ago, also on the Renewable Energy Coalition Pavilion, here in the Italian Pavilion as well. And so the question is, money is there, but we need to attract, to have the bankable project, we need to address risks, and so it is a journey, and the question was how to make this happen. And within this, our analysis, this is also preliminary that we will be discussing with our members advisory board. We have identified, so renewables, we need to accelerate, as I said, conclusion. There is a mismatch between where the potential of export is available today and the demand in the Europe. We need infrastructure. The infrastructure are crucial both for renewable energy and also for renewable hydrogen, though hydrogen can be also exported via ships and also repurposing the existing pipelines, but still. And so this would mean also very, very important investment needs that need to be found somehow. And to have these funds available, we need to work on several actions. And we have identified 5 priority, and for each priority suggestion action that we would love to we put on the table here to discuss with you during the round table and in the few weeks to come. So first one is to accelerate. So we need first of all to have ambitious targets, to have strategic alignment for policy goals, and to adapt the policies and reforms in order to accelerate the development of renewable energy in the region, and to be able to monitor and to see where we are and to correct whatever is needed. We need to harmonize regulatory framework. Of course, regulation is very, very important. So we need to work on grid code. We need to look at and also to have this regulatory dialogue. So harmonized regulatory framework is important. Third is to enhance anticipatory planning and system integration. So we need to develop cross-border infrastructure. This is absolutely key, and to have an integrated energy planning. Fourth, develop a platform for offtake agreements and facilitate cross-border exchanges. So we need to have security of supply versus security of demand. So we have to also match buyers and sellers in order to be able to develop this market, to promote Mediterranean trading exchanges, and of course knowledge share and information sharing is absolutely crucial. And fifth, last but not least, mobilizing of financing. So we've been hearing these days as well, financing is there, but we need first to see political willingness, and second to have bankable projects. So bankable project. If you have all the necessary means, then money will come. So private sector will come for sure. And there we need to work on de-risking investment support. So the region has specific risks as well, multiple ones that we need to address. And also, of course, we need also to work on innovative, dedicated mechanism. But again, as you remember, 60% of the investments are dedicated to electricity generation, and this is relatively good news because we know how to finance such a project. So this is food for thought in some elements on how to make this happen. So we need to accelerate decarbonization of the Mediterranean region in general for the South Mediterranean region as well. It makes sense to integrate the region because we have many benefits in working together. And so this is some, again, food for thought for our colleagues to hear from you from the round table, but also this is something that we will keep working on with UFM and our partners from the region. And this afternoon we have a session as well to think about how to have a roadmap for the Mediterranean energy decarbonization. So thank you very much. And I leave it to Mohammed now to moderate the session and to hear from you if you agree, disagree, and to enrich our discussion. Thank you very much.
Hello, good morning. Is it working? Huh? So thanks a lot, Huda, for that interesting presentation. Actually, today we have a panel of great minds with vast experiences on renewable energy and green hydrogen, and we'll be discussing the possible contribution of renewable energy, green hydrogen, and cross-border trade in leveraging the Mediterranean region's potential in competitively delivering clean energy and decarbonizing the region and much far beyond. To start with, engineer Mohammed Mustafa Al-Khayyat. He's the executive chairman and Renewable Energy Authority in Egypt and former chairperson of Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Committee at the League of Arab States. So first, my question would be, what are the opportunities for clean hydrogen, what are the opportunities for clean technologies, either to generate electricity or green hydrogen in Egypt? And what role should the FDIs play in accelerating Egypt's energy transition?
I would like to
should be online.
All of you. Thank you very much for inviting me for such a session, and I do appreciate such a project really. Could you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Please, sir.
Before I start, I would like to shed some light regarding the steps already done for the COP27. As all of us knows, in Sharm el-Sheikh, it was highlighting the item of loss and damage. Then in COP28, the main focus is to reach a target of tripling renewable energy and doubling energy efficiency by the year 2030. Consequently, for the COP29, which will focus on mobilizing the financing for the implementation of such projects. Consequently, I do appreciate such a session, which focusing on the clean technology. And when we speak about the clean technology, really we need to define or have a definite definition for the clean technology. From my point of view, it doesn't only focus on the renewable energy, because we couldn't work for renewable energy only. Meanwhile, for the green hydrogen, we must think about the electrolyzers, about the infrastructure, about the energy infrastructure in the country and the market and the risks and all of other issues. Consequently, for Egypt, and based on the efforts exerted to attract more foreign direct investment, now we have more than 7,000 megawatt of renewable energy, and we have a legal framework for renewable energy, for the green hydrogen. And there is more than 42,000 square kilometers of arid areas allocated for renewable energy projects to feed either the network with electricity or to work for the other purposes, such as green hydrogen. In this regard, the government exerted a lot of efforts to ease the business of renewable energy and also for the green hydrogen in terms of applying the environmental impact assessment studies, the infrastructure, the resource assessment, and also to secure qualified human capacities which could work in such projects, and also efforts in digitalization. And for the green hydrogen, and when we look for the market, we can say that the global market not matured yet, and this really needs from all of us a lot of efforts to ease the business. In other words, when we look for the criteria now for the green hydrogen in the demand markets, we might do remember the early days for renewable energy 20 years ago or something like this. Consequently, there is a need for flexibility for the criteria in the demand market, especially for the European Union, which could encourage the investment in green hydrogen, because until now there are a lot of challenges in this regard. When we look for the bankability, as Hoda mentioned, there are a lot of items which we need to focus to secure that we have a bankable project. First, that we need a reliable technology, in specific for the electrolyzers. Electrolyzers still need a lot of efforts to have large-scale capacities, and also to have a positive impact on the cost of the final product, which is the green hydrogen. Also, to secure an off-taker with long-term agreement, which is still now seems there are limited opportunities in the global market in this regard. Also, to mobilize the financial sources from different sources, and to secure the low development cost for such a project. In addition to that, as mentioned also by Mr. Kopman and Hoda, regarding the interconnection with Europe, there are also a need for this. Also, the power infrastructure and the construction risks, and for sure the regulatory framework. All of these items are and they still need a lot of efforts to secure that we have really a bankable project which able to be installed and to be run in a safe way. This is in a nutshell some ideas. I do appreciate the time limitation. Consequently, I try to fit all of my ideas in this few minutes. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Mohammed, for that brief but very informative answer. Turning to Mr. Massimo Derci, he has been the head of business unit Asset Italia at SNAM. SNAM is the leading operator of natural gas transportation and storage in Europe. He has been leading the business unit since 2018. Also is the chief operations officer at SNAM Gas. And he has been the CEO since April 2002. So, Mr. Massimo, given SNAM's leading role as an energy molecules transmission system operator, how do you view cooperation within the Mediterranean as a factor in supporting decarbonization efforts?
Thank you for the invitation. Can you hear me? Yeah. Well, Italy has always been in the crossroad of Mediterranean trade, in particular for energy. We receive gas from through pipelines from Algeria, from Libya, from Azerbaijan. We have 4 regasification terminals. We are building a 5th one just to increase the volume of gas that we will import mainly from southern part of Mediterranean. And we are now in a transition process to reuse, to reconvert, repurpose the infrastructure that we have built in decades for the natural gas, both for hydrogen and for CO2 transport. If we focus on hydrogen, we are part of a large project, say South H2 Corridor, which is a project that it's more than 3,300 kilometers that will span from North Africa up to Germany and Austria. It involves 4 transmission system operators, not only us, but also the 2 Austrian operators and Bayernet in Germany, and involves Tunisia and Algeria on the southern side of the Mediterranean. The logic of such a project is to contribute potentially up to 40% of import needs for Europe in terms of hydrogen that you were mentioning earlier on. It's clearly a very complex project because it encompasses a number of difficulties which range, and this as well has been said earlier on, regulatory issues, the commercial side, the technical rules. Just to give an example of that, while we have a very much consolidated structure of rules for natural gas which are in place in decades, as of today we don't have, for instance, a technical standard for hydrogen transport in Europe. We are actively working on that, but still these are pieces of the puzzles that have to be in place in order to allow the project to go forward. We're actively working on each of these streams. We're working on the regulatory stream, we're working on the technical standards, and obviously on the incentives stream, which is key to ensure the bankability and the feasibility of the project. We can't forget that in parallel to the development of infrastructure, we have to develop the demand. The demand in Europe, demand in Italy, demand in Germany, in Austria, that has to go hand in hand with the growth and the development of infrastructure itself. The logic is obvious. We have the solar and wind resource in North Africa, and we can profit of that if we manage to develop the construction of large production sites, which can be, at least in part, to be dedicated to produce hydrogen and transfer to Northern Europe. This is not the only example of a project that can combine the two sides of the Mediterranean. We are also developing a carbon capture and storage project together with ENI. The logic there is to exploit the huge depleted reservoir of natural gas in the Adriatic Sea to store carbon capture, to store CO2 captured by different sites. We're part of a Callisto project, which is led by Air Liquide, and we are one of the key members of it. The logic is to create a multimodal platform where we can collect CO2 not only by pipeline but also by ships from other sources in the Mediterranean. So once more, even in looking at the mid and long-term future, Italy is striving to remain at the crossroad of energy trade in the Mediterranean. It's a complex path. We need to fix all the puzzles, or the pieces of the puzzles, but we're working, all the partners involved are actively working on that.
Thank you very much. That was very informative indeed. And moving to Mr. Fabrizio Matana, he's the Executive Vice President, Gas Assets for Edison and CEO of IGI Poseidon. An engineer with an executive MBA, he has been working over the last 20 years in the energy sector with experiences in both Italy and abroad over different businesses and value chains of energy. So, Mr. Matana, energy cooperation has always been a pillar of the Mediterranean cooperation in the last decade. The major focus has been on the inclusivity, security, and competitivity of the transition process. Therefore, in your opinion, what aspects are key to ensure a homogeneous development of the Mediterranean countries benefiting from an area of rich energy resources and industrial capabilities? Also, what are the infrastructures required to ensure a competitive market? You have the floor.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you to UFM, and thank you to Omek and Uda for inviting me. Well, to answer to your question, I would start from what we have learned from the recent geopolitical and energy crisis, because I think that it's very relevant the way EU and the European and the Mediterranean energy system reacted to the energy crisis. And it has been shown, I think, that there's been clear that there are two main elements that have been also mentioned before are key for the development, the future development of the Mediterranean area. And these two key elements are the importance of diversification, first of all, and the importance of infrastructures. I think that historically we have seen with the developments of the infrastructure in the 80s and the 90s how strong this stable relationship based also on infrastructure development made the link between the southern Mediterranean and Italy and Europe, how strong make this system, how resilient this was clear during the energy crisis, and how this interrelation between energy, infrastructure, and stable relationship was key to survive during the last energy crisis. But in the perspective of the energy transition, that is the one that we are living, I think that diversification and infrastructure assume different meaning and role. We have always thought about diversification from geographical diversification, meaning sources, different sources in the basket and different routes. Now we have to think at diversification in a different perspective, thinking at diversification of mix. We have been listening to the presentation speaking a lot of the integration of renewables together with the hydrocarbons that still are needed to lead us to the transition. So diversification is a wider meaning, is a mix of different energy and different vectors. And here comes the importance of biogas and hydrogen in the way that has been mentioned before. And also the role of infrastructure is stronger than before, because infrastructure was maybe in the past thought as, let's say, gas pipelines and gas infrastructure. This is still there. I think Massimo was mentioning the repurposing of the current infrastructure. This is for sure is one driver, but there is also a new way of thinking to infrastructure, because we have to think in a flexible way to infrastructure, to think to new infrastructure as a infrastructure that can be used today for the existing fossil molecules, but to be used in the future for the green vectors, for the green molecules in the future. And then if I go to the second part of your question, and if I look to the Mediterranean area, we see there a great potential. Uda mentioned before the great potential in terms of renewables and also still hydrocarbons and new green energy, such as hydrogen, for example. But what I see is that while there is a strong and historical link with the southern shore of the Mediterranean, there is probably still a missing energy corridor in the Mediterranean. That is the one with the East Mediterranean. I think there is a great opportunity to connect, to create an energy corridor that is wider than creating a gas pipeline. I'm speaking on a wider interconnection in which there is a huge potential for using what is existing now, that is fossil fuels, that is still needed, but to connect the great potential of green hydrogen that is not only in Egypt, in Israel, but if we see which is the potential of the Arabic area, for example. So I think that there is still this great potential to be exploited. We need to think to energy corridor in a flexible way. We need to connect all the potential, and we need to start also to think to develop project of interconnection, which with much more cooperation between the energies and the vector, instead of saying that one is against the other or better than the other, because the history told us that we need all of them to have a stable and reliable and also affordable energy system.
Thank you, Mr. Matana. That was really an informative answer. So we're really running short on time, but let us go directly to Mr. Walter Bowles. He's a senior advisor on European energy, and he has extensive experience in all aspects of gas electricity market regulation of the European energy sector. So, Mr. Bowles, how quickly could the renewable energy potential of North Africa be exported to Europe, and what would be needed to be done to make this happen?
Thank you very much. I think we have heard a lot about potential, also about possible cooperations. I think what we probably should focus a little bit more on the issue of timing. We all know that someday green hydrogen will be a very dominant energy carrier, but it's also obvious that green hydrogen requires a significant investment upfront in infrastructure, and which is, at times of economic stress in, Europe and other parts of the globe, becoming more important. It's currently still a little bit too expensive to be a full commercial replacement for fossil fuels. So I would like to draw your attention to another possibility of energy cooperation between, let's say, the southern Mediterranean area and Europe, and that is direct export of electricity into Europe. While I think the infrastructure buildup for green hydrogen export will take considerable amounts of time and requires very extensive coordination and political support, I think electricity export, on the other hand, is a relatively straightforward business by now. We do have, with the electricity market design improvements on the legal front in Europe, the possibility to establish long-term power purchase agreements in larger scale across many parts of the EU. There is a good market and a good demand for renewable electricity power purchase agreement, long-term agreements. And the Mediterranean has the potential of producing low-cost electricity for a price that is probably, that cannot be really matched with renewable production on the shore in Europe. We are talking about prices that are probably a third less than what conceivably could be produced in Europe as renewable, and that's basically PV and onshore wind. I mean, we do have a comparable potential for offshore wind in the North Sea, but not really in the southern part of Europe. So if we focus on exporting renewable electricity into Europe from North Africa, we could have much faster results and also faster economic benefits. And what's even more important, there is no need for subsidizing the product itself, because electricity would be competitively priced. For hydrogen, we are still relying on, probably for many years to come, on some public support of the commodity prices, because green hydrogen tends to be substantially more expensive than fossil hydrogen. But renewable electricity by now is relatively inexpensive. So I think when we look at a model of how this export could work, and I've looked specifically on Morocco, which has, in addition to PV resources, which are bigger than what Germany and France consumes in electricity on an annual basis, but also a lot of wind, which is maybe unique for the the North African countries, where the Atlantic coast provides one of the best wind locations, in and around Europe. So I think it's commercially and technically possible to export renewable electricity in large quantities, in quantities that make it interesting for Europe, because Europe wants quantities that make a difference on prices and make a difference on on our energy balance. And so I think we should go more in the several 10,000s, several 10 gigawatts, several 10,000 megawatt of export. Otherwise, this becomes a small commercial project, which is also useful, and there are some on the market, but it will not really tip the balance of the EU energy system. Where I do see a need for public support is not so much on the investment itself, because that's commercially doable very easily, but I think we need some de-risking in relation to the infrastructure. The infrastructure obviously is expensive, and it comes in a huge piece. So you can either build a subsea cable or you don't build it. You can build a small PV installation or a bigger one, or you can combine 3 small ones into one bigger one. But on the infrastructure, you need to think big. And here I see a role for the public sector to support the establishment of a transmission infrastructure for large amounts of electricity into Southern Europe. And here I do not believe we need a continuous subsidization. I think we basically need some guarantees, risk assurances to reduce the interest rates. But we do not need in the long term any public money for it, because those infrastructures will be funded directly. I did, and this is where I sort of end on this note, I did a commercial assessment of export of large amounts of renewable electricity from Morocco to Italy, Spain, and Portugal in the range of about 20 gigawatt. And this would have a very beneficial effect for Morocco, and the electricity, also in northern Italy, which is relatively far away from Morocco, would still be more than a third cheaper than what the current power purchase agreements give an indication for that you can currently sign with renewable generators there. So in summary, I think we should not forget about hydrogen, but I think we should look also in more short to medium term possibilities. And commercially, this is viable as of today. Obviously, there are some technical issues in relation to building a 1,500 kilometers long subsea cable. So this is probably taking like 5 to 7 years to implement, but it still would allow imports of large amounts of renewable electricity into Europe by 2030 or 2031. Whereas I do not believe hydrogen imports in large quantities will actually happen by 2030, given all the complexity and the problems of establishing all the infrastructure in a simultaneous way. So I would urge people to look at the medium term possibilities of electricity exports. And that means the exporting countries, they need to do a lot of work because they cannot produce and export these amounts using their own current transmission infrastructure. It has to be a dedicated one. But also on the European side, we do want to be ready to import these large quantities of renewable electricity, which will obviously have effects, actually very beneficial effects on wholesale prices. So it's also a big boost for our competitiveness because it would drive down prices in Europe substantially. And I did some market modeling to demonstrate that. So I think this is another aspect of energy cooperation that could be started sooner and grown into scale much sooner than the export of green hydrogen. Thank you very much.
So going directly to Mr. Frank Wouters, I hope I'm pronouncing it right. He has been leading energy projects and transactions for over 30 years. He has served as a Deputy Director General of International Renewable Energy Agency from 2012 to 2014. So if you could make one recommendation to kickstart the hydrogen economy in the Mediterranean region, what would that be?
Yes, thank you. Well, it's a pleasure to be here. And first of all, I think it's important to reiterate what some of the initial speakers said, that I do think that green energy is, it has the potential to really transform the regions where the potential is highest. So first and foremost, I think we need to consider how to mobilize that potential for economic development in the regions themselves. But obviously, we're speaking here also about a Mediterranean perspective and how to link that capacity to Europe's need for imports. The reality is at the moment, Europe imports about 50% of all primary energy, and that will not change in the future because even with renewables, Europe needs imports. I think, the number is roughly for hydrogen 50%. There will be a mix of electricity and electrons, but let's assume that 50% is the number. So those are huge volumes that Europe needs to import from elsewhere. We've also seen that, in the last couple of years, there was a massive ambition, a declared ambition on hydrogen, and reality is sinking in the sense that, for example, after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the Repower EU, the hydrogen accelerator therein, 20 million tons by 2030, seems out of reach. It's also an ambition. It's not legally binding. If you really look at what is in RED 3, then it varies a little bit, but the upper limit of the legally binding target is actually 6.8 million tons. And that's 42% in current hydrogen industry and 1% of transport fuel. So 6.8, let's assume that is a target. Then the question is, if half of that will have to be imported, so how do we do that? So if you look at the projects that people are developing, especially in the southern Mediterranean, then they're all looking for offtake. And there's various people and mechanisms that have been put into place. For example, Germany has set up H2 Global. The European Hydrogen Bank is doing inter-European auctions. But basically what you're trying to do is marry a large-scale production site to a variety of off-takers. So H2 Global has been doing that, and that's a lengthy and rather complex procedure because the off-takers have a different demand profile than the producers. The producers need at least 10, 15, 20 years of offtake security at this point in time because the banks are not really very comfortable yet with green hydrogen projects. And the off-takers are used to buying cargoes of LNG or a ship full of coal, etc. So how to do that? One of the things that we've been considering is that Europe has massive strategic reserves. Since 1973, the IEA mandates 90 days of oil reserve, and that, of course, is imported. But natural gas equally. We now need to have 90% of all the gas storage filled on the 1st of November, and that is more than 25%. So 90 days of oil is 25%. The gas is actually way more than that. So Europe has more than 25% of annual demand of molecules in strategic reserve. So why shouldn't we do the same for hydrogen? Because if we build a strategic reserve for hydrogen, and this can be many things, it can be, of course, gaseous hydrogen. We would have to use salt caverns. They're available. We know where they are. We know how to do that. But you can also, of course, do liquids, ammonia, liquid organic hydrogen carriers. Even liquid hydrogen is an option there. But if we would, for example, immediately start with building a hydrogen reserve, we would provide an offtake opportunity for all these fantastic projects that people are developing, and they could sell it into that. The mechanisms to operationalize that are available. I mentioned H2 Global, the European Hydrogen Bank, which is funded by the EIF. Could be immediately operationalized for a strategic hydrogen reserve. And then if you think about, let's say, the number 25%, it's 1.7 million tons by 2030. This is huge. If I reflect on, for example, the NEOM Green Hydrogen project in Saudi Arabia, that's round about $10 billion overall investment, including infrastructure, etc. That is 200,000 tons. So if we're looking at 1.7, these are tens of billions of euros that need to be immediately operationalized and mobilized to make this work. But it would provide an offtake opportunity for all these projects. And I do think, it's a very interesting idea to immediately kickstart a hydrogen market and get us going, because we're losing time. Thank you.
Going to Mr. Kamel bin Nasser, is the CEO of Abu Dhabi-based Nomadia Energy Consulting and chairperson for Houston-based, it's called Damorphe. Yeah. Also, he was appointed as Tunisia's Minister of Industry, Energy and Mines.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, so Mr. Kamel, the southern Mediterranean region currently plays a major role in providing oil and gas resources to the northern region. What would be the enablers for a smooth change in role for the South into becoming a reliable provider of low carbon to the North?
Can you hear me? Thank you very much for the question, and thanks for the UFM and OMEC for the invitation. So my first point is that the South has always been a dependable and also innovative source of energy. Just dependable. When there were crises in the North, the South was there to provide the needed energy. The innovative because the region has also been at the forefront of some innovation in energy. This includes in Algeria the LNG, Morocco the CSP, in Egypt fast-track development of resources, whether it's renewable. And so the region has the human capacity to develop very rapidly and grow its new sources of energy. That's the first point. The second point is that if we look at the priority, and as we have seen from Huda's presentation, the region is blessed with abundant solar energy, but also other ones, geothermal, and I think there are significant potential. I would say the first priority for the region, and coming as a former minister from Tunisia, is to make sure that we decarbonize our own energy system. Whether it is for the use of energy, most of the electricity in the southern countries are coming from fossil fuels. This has to change, and this should be the first priority of those nations. And then the second one is accelerate energy efficiency. We are not having very good trends in improvements of the energy efficiency index. So this has to be the first priority of the country. The second one is realism. Realism because there are, as highlighted by previous speakers, significant uncertainties going forward in terms of prices of hydrogen and technology evolution. We need to be able to include all kinds of energy, clean energy sources. And I was part of a big study that was done for the US Department of Energy and the US Secretary of Energy, where with 200 experts earlier this year, where we showed that if the US wanted to meet its objective for next year, and we need to have a shadow carbon price of $700 a ton, which is absolutely huge. But also it needs both green and blue hydrogen. Which brings me to the next point, is that the blue hydrogen could provide a good transition going forward in terms of takeoff of green hydrogen. Blue hydrogen is significantly cheaper, and it would be for at least the next decade or decade. So I think this would be a way of a least cost way of getting hydrogen economy kicked off. So this would be we look at the infrastructure today. Most of the energy exchange between the north and the south has been piecemeal. We have electric cable from here, we have a pipeline from here and so on. We need to have a global architecture for this energy exchange infrastructure. It has to be thought as a top-down rather than a bottom-up. So this is the next thing. And we need to have the ambition and the financing to proceed with this new architecture of moving electrons and molecules from the south to the north, and sometimes also from the north to the south. So that's my main point.
In the end of this session, I would like to extend my gratitude, or our gratitude as the UFM, to this exceptional panel for this invaluable insights and remarks. And we're looking forward to putting these insightful remarks and ideas into action in the near future. Thanks a lot. Thank you. See you.
Whenever you want. Yes. We can already start? Is this working? Okay, fantastic. So, good afternoon, I think. It's after 12. And thank you so much for joining us today in this conversation that I think it's going to be very interesting. I'm Giulia Giordano, I'm the Director of Mediterranean and Global Strategy at the Italy-based think tank ECHO. We work on climate and energy policies. We are a partner of this wonderful Pavilion, together with many other organizations that are also here with us today. We have a strong focus on the Mediterranean because we think, being an Italy-based climate change think tank, we cannot really not give enough attention to a region which is a climate hotspot. And so this conversation today is happening during the Energy, Peace, Relief and Recovery Day. And we really wanted to have this conversation on this day because what we're going to do is connecting the dots. Connecting the dots between all climate issues that are related to the Mediterranean region. We're going to see with our speakers what are the major climate impacts in our region, which is getting warmer, faster, and with more intensity than in other areas of the planet. And we're going to connect these issues also with the other major risks that our region has. We know it's a very complex region. It's the crossroads of 3 continents. We have European countries on one side, North African, Middle Eastern, and there is great inequality. There are great differences between the countries in this region, especially along the north-south divide. This means that not all countries are equipped in the same way to respond to the challenges of climate change. We saw it. I mean, when climate change happens, it's kind of like very democratic. It affects all countries. Last year it was Libya, just before COP. Now we had the tragic events in Spain. But the difference is that countries do not have the same tools. They're not equipped with the same tools to respond to this situation. And this means it's going to exacerbate situations of crisis when it happens in countries that are already fragile. And the Mediterranean region has countries that are in a state of fragility and vulnerability. There is not just climate risks, there are tensions and persistent conflicts. And we saw that these conflicts are affecting the region already for many years. So we are starting, in a region where the situation is characterized by a complex security environment. And I want to add one more risk. Energy diplomacy has been a driver of European, North African, Middle Eastern relations for many years. Relations between European, North African, and Middle Eastern states have been dominated by traditional energy diplomacy, which means fossil fuel diplomacy. A lot of states in this region their economies are dependent on fossil fuel revenues. And their first market is Europe. Europe is already going towards decarbonization. And it's happening at speed, and the demand of gas is already declining. What's going to happen to those states that are fragile when their first market will not need their gas, their fossil fuel anymore? This is another important risk, the risk of, it's been called traumatic decarbonization. When decarbonization happens without any guidance, without being just, this can be another layer of risks that this region can experience. So we are talking about a very difficult region with different layers of risks. And today we are trying to connect them all together. In the light of this day, which is dedicated to energy, peace, and security. So we think that it's important to connect these dots. We're not the first ones to do it. Actually, the United Nations started to connect these dots long time ago. It's already, I think in 2007, the first time that the United Nations Security Council have produced a report highlighting the connections between climate change on one side, peace and security. And it's not just the United Nations that built a climate security mechanisms and other measures to keep together these elements. Also NATO, which is a very important organization focused on security and defense, has increasingly incorporated climate change consideration into their policies and into their strategies. This is because they are aware of the relevance of climate risks on security, on national defense. G7, a few years ago, under German leadership, the same, they adopted a declaration connecting climate risks and security. European Union, the same. Similarly, a document, a strategy, trying really to mainstream climate change consideration into their external actions in order to be aware of their projections outside of the region. Also, some states have started to publish national security strategies which incorporate climate change elements. I think the first one was the United States in 2018 or something like that. And then more recently, France and Germany. So today, I just want to, please forgive a little bit of an advertisement, but we are publishing with ECHO a report looking at what is the nexus between climate security in the Mediterranean region, giving some practical recommendations to Italy. Italy is in the very center of the Mediterranean region, is exposed to climate risks as all the other states, but is also exposed to indirect climate risks, meaning all those climate risks happening in other parts of the region, which have repercussions in our country. So you can find this report on our website if you're interested to understand what are our recommendations. Okay, so I think I talked too much for being a moderator, but I was kind of like replacing the role of Gramenos Mastroianni, who was supposed to be here today but couldn't make it. He's an expert on climate and security, and he's very sorry that he cannot be here to give this introduction. He's much better than me in doing it. Okay, so we have a beautiful panel, all women, and I'm very proud of that. And we start with Sylvie Goyette. She's the Deputy Coordinator, Head of Environmental Activities at OSCE. Sylvie has been working on environmental protection, climate change, and sustainable development for over 20 years, serving UN agencies, international NGOs, and private foundations in Europe, Africa, Asia, and the Pacific. So Sylvie now she works with OSCE, which is a very important, like the largest regional security organization. How is OSCE responding to the climate challenge? What is their approach towards these risks? Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Julia. I don't know, I hope you hear me fine. Good morning to all of you. Now, before, if I may, if you allow me for 1 minute, I just want to reflect a little bit and talk about me personally, because I've been working for like over 20 years in biodiversity, pushing for the protection, pushing for nature-based solution, pushing for protected areas. We've made progress, but in the policy, in the global policy arena, progress is very slow. And my feeling is that in the global arena, what's prevailing at the moment is security. That's what people are concerned about. That's what government, that's what new leaders are looking into. That's what matters to them. It's security, and that's what matters to the people. So I thought, well, after 20, 30 years in biodiversity, maybe I'll try and get the same thing, but from a security angle, right? Because that's what people want to hear. So I said, okay, I'll enter from security, and then slowly I'll push my environmental things. That's a bit about me, and that's why I'm working with the OSCE. So now, just to respond to your question, the OSCE is indeed the largest regional security organization. It covers 57 countries from North America all the way to Central Asia and Mongolia. It's Europe. It covers Europe. It was set up in 1975 as a mechanism, a global platform to really mitigate further conflicts and risks. So it is really a security organization. Now, it's interesting to note that already in the Helsinki Final Act in 1975, climate change was mentioned as one of the key challenges to security in Europe. 1975, so it's one of the first global agreements that does make reference to climate change. Now, the OSCE has a comprehensive approach to security. We look, of course, at the political military dimension, and we have people working on this. We have huge, resources working with the military, working with the security forces, working in conflict zones, trying to, serve as a platform for dialogue, monitoring ceasefires, monitoring elections. That's what we do. We have a dimension on human security is important. The trafficking in human being, the destabilization in some of the human societies, and so we have a very strong human dimension, and we have an economic and environmental dimension as well. Conscious that, as you all know, that environmental degradation may bring up tension and conflicts. The examples of waters is an example in Central Asia. In North Africa, water is an issue, and competition over water can generate tension and then feed into pre-existing factors of destabilization. So we look at how the environment bring about conflict, and we looked on the other side how conflicts bring about degradation of the environment. I have on my desk at the moment a report on environmental impacts of the war in Ukraine. Needless to say, that's a big thing. So we look at both sides. I wanted to say that the OSCE, indeed, as a security organization, is well placed to address the challenges of climate and conflict and peace, because we are a security organization, and because increasingly, as you rightly mentioned, climate change is a security issue. So we are positioning, and since December 2021, we have a specific Ministerial Council decision called Strengthening, let me give you the right title, Strengthening Cooperation to Address the Challenges Caused by Climate Change. That Ministerial Council decision was approved by our 57 participating states in December 2021. That has given us really the mandate and further impetus really to work more specifically on this. So if I have 2 more minutes. So what do we do in climate and security? First, we serve as a platform, as a dialogue platform. Our 57 states, whether they come from security institutions, foreign affairs, or environmental affairs, or environmental ministries, we serve as a platform of dialogue where these issues are tabled. Yeah? These issues of degradation of the environment, of issues with water access in Central Asia, issues with flood in the Dniester River basin between Ukraine and Moldova, these are discussed at OSCE at the highest level, because we are a political security organization. That's what we do. Second, what we do, we use our toolbox, our security toolbox, to bring people together to cooperate on issues. For example, we're working in between, that's not the Med, I'm sorry, but I'm coming to the Med. We're working in the Caucasus, in between Azerbaijan and Georgia, and in between Georgia and Armenia. We don't yet have the two countries working on projects together, but we work on bringing communities together to discuss and to tackle climate change. Climate change in a conflict zone is difficult to address, as you mentioned. It's not yet. It can be an opportunity and a source of cooperation, discussions, people working across borders on wildfire management, for example. And we're doing this, for example, in the Balkans, which is not a conflict area, but still remains a very sensitive geographical area, as you know, in this whole Western Balkans area. So we bring communities together to deal with forest fires, for example. Forest fires, as you know, in the Western Balkan, it's been very severe over the past few years because of climate change. So this is an opportunity as well to bring communities, to bring institutions together to tackle such issue. I think I'll stop here for now, but just to give you a framework and an overview. Thank you.
We can continue. We're going to have a second round of questions after the first one. So I very much agree with what you just said. I mean, climate is a global threat, and it is an opportunity to unite, to find common solutions to common threats. And not always it happens, but it is the challenge that we're going to discuss today. And I think the first element that we should connect is the security world with the climate and the science world. And this is going to be our next contribution from online. So we just heard representative from a security organization, and now we are going to have, let's say, the voice of science with Dr. Eda Akara, that has extensive experience in risk assessment and policy crafting for green infrastructure projects. And she's one of the leading author of the report that we're also using in our policy paper. Environmental Change, Conflict and Human Migration by the MEDEC, Mediterranean expert on climate and environmental change. So maybe I will ask Dr. Akara to tell us a little bit more about the impacts of climate change as they are outlined in your report in the Mediterranean region, and also if you want to go farther and explain the connections with migration, which is one aspect of the security element of climate risks. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, actually good afternoon from Istanbul. As you introduced, I'm mostly a resource distribution conflict specialist in water issues. I currently work with the Istanbul Policy Center and also with MEDEC. Before I start, I should introduce a little bit about what MEDEC and what we're doing here. MEDEC is the Mediterranean experts on climate and environmental change in Rome. Oh, I can't. Sorry, can you? Oh, all right. And it's an international and an independent network launched in 2015 during COP21 in Paris. And it brings together hundreds of volunteer scientists specializing in climate and environmental change in the Mediterranean region. In this area, are really going to be
Looks like we're having some internet problems. Eda, can you still hear us? No.
We're actually blended from MEDEC's MAR1 report, and also from our MEDEC environmental change, conflict and migration, which is due in April 2015. But we also do have two other upcoming reports in 3 days, actually. One is on climate and coastal risks, and the other one is on water, food, energy, ecosystems nexus. So if you're interested in them, you will be able to access them online. So coming back to the Mediterranean region, we already know that the Mediterranean region has already warmed up by 1.5 centigrade degrees since the pre-industrial era, surpassing the global average increase of about 1.1 degrees. Scientific models project that without significant mitigation efforts, summer temperatures could rise by additional 4 to 5 degrees by the end of the century, especially affecting southern Mediterranean countries. Heat waves, already regular occurrence, are expected to become more frequent, more prolonged and intense. Urban areas, particularly large cities like Athens, Istanbul, Cairo, face compounded risks due to urban heat island effect. The anticipated increase in extreme heat events could also stress energy resources as more people rely on air conditioning, potentially leading to blackouts and other infrastructural, but particularly energy-related challenges. Droughts are another serious concern. Projections indicate that southern Mediterranean countries, especially those in North Africa and Middle East, could experience 25 to 30% reduction in rainfall by 2100. These drying trends intensify the risk of prolonged droughts with severe consequences for crop production, water supplies, and overall economic instability. Water scarcity is an escalating challenge, as you know, in the Mediterranean, especially for the southern and eastern parts. Some countries in the region, like Egypt and Jordan, already rely heavily on imported water resources, making them particularly vulnerable to water scarcity. By 2040, over 180 million people, and I stress that, in the Mediterranean could be living in areas with severe water scarcity. The situation is actually dire for regions in the Middle East and North Africa, where water resources are already strained and populations are continuing to grow. Declines in precipitation increase this issue, with Eastern Mediterranean countries like Syria and Lebanon recording 25 to 30% decrease in rainfall over recent years. This also impacts crop yields. Staples like wheat, olives, and grapes, they're projected to decline by up to 17% by 2050, which is like tomorrow, actually, due to rising temperatures and increased water scarcity. This reduction in agricultural productivity has far-reaching implications, particularly for rural populations that depend on farming as primary income sources. For fisheries, some models estimate a 20 to 30% reduction in fish stocks in the Mediterranean by 2050. Overfishing also increases and compounds this threat. The Mediterranean is highly vulnerable to sea level rise, as you know, and coastal regions are under threat, especially also, which includes the biodiversity. Sea levels are projected to rise to 20 to 30 centimeters by 2050, which could have devastating impacts on coastal cities. Low-lying areas such as Nile Delta in Egypt are particularly at risk. Coastal flooding could displace up to 37 million people in the Mediterranean in 2050, impacting economic stability and also social cohesion. Rising seas threaten infrastructure, cultural heritage sites, and local economies dependent on tourism and agriculture. Biodiversity is also under threat. Rising temperatures and pollution endanger these ecosystems, with 30% of the marine species and 60% of wetlands at risk. The coastal wetlands, which serve as natural buffers against flooding, are also diminishing, which actually makes it hard to regulate water, support biodiversity, and also store carbon. The loss of wetlands leaves coastal areas more vulnerable to extreme weather events and reduces their capacity to absorb carbon, thus accelerating the climate change impacts. Rising temperatures in the Mediterranean increase vulnerability to heat-related illnesses. And respiratory problems, vector-borne diseases, especially in urban areas and communities with limited resources. Densely populated cities face growing heat stress, with extreme heat events projected to double by 2050, leading to a rise in heat-related illnesses. High temperatures worsen air quality by contributing to ground-level ozone, exacerbating respiratory conditions like asthma and chronic bronchitis. children, the elderly, and those with the respiratory issues are especially vulnerable. In addition to that, migrants and displaced populations in the Mediterranean, particularly those in refugee camps or informal settlements with limited infrastructure, are also affected by climate change. Overcrowded conditions, limited access to healthcare, clean water and sanitation heighten disease transmission risks, especially as rising temperatures favor infectious disease spread. These populations are also often underrepresented in governance mechanisms, which is another part of the problem. Climate-driven migration is an emerging issue as people from water-scarce, agricultural-dependent areas are increasingly forced to relocate due to worsening conditions. Current governance frameworks lack adequate mechanisms to address both mobility and immobility in that sense in response to these pressures. In a nutshell, then, for the Mediterranean, climate change presents not only an environmental challenge, but also a profound social and governance crisis. The Mediterranean faces significant risks if these challenges are not addressed, as climate change could compound crises related to poverty, resource scarcity, and displacement. Rapid environmental changes are outpacing the adaptive capacities of communities, especially in rural and urban areas, which increases already existing inequalities, and we can actually, delve into that in the Q&A. Securitizing these issues may misdirect resources away from essential adaptation needs, leaving critical environmental and social challenges unaddressed. Without inclusive policies, adaptation efforts risk inadvertently increasing social inequalities, resulting in maladaptive responses. And vulnerable groups, especially those women, youth, and rural communities, face limited adaptive capacities, and therefore they're at risk for these maladaptive responses, and also can either be mobile or immobile, depending on the climate adaptation context, which leads us to apply a varied governance mechanism that is in dialogue with each other across borders. So I'll stop there for the second round.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ada. I mean, it was a very comprehensive pictures of all the risks that this region is going through. And I think she already highlighted the socioeconomic impacts that this risk have, especially on the most vulnerable communities of the region. It's a little bit what I said earlier. We are not all equipped with the same tools to respond to the same challenges. So one of the risks resulting from this is definitely the movement of people. And I wanted to discuss this with our next speaker, Valeria Sinisi. She's a researcher with whose primary interests lie in the intersection between climate change and human rights, migration and forced displacement, and international human rights law. And she's the project manager for the Mediterranean Dialogue at the Friedrich Naumann Foundation. So I think with her we can explore how human mobility is a response to climate change. Somehow it can also be considered an adaptation response to migration, but when it's not controlled, we know it can create also some problems. So let's delve into this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. I think that it's the first time that I see migration involved in this kind of discussion on climate security, and it is one of the most important parts of the picture. And it is, yes, completely underrepresented in discussions. However, human mobility caused by climate change is already a very grave issue at the moment, very urgent. It's taking place already, affecting security landscapes, and this is especially an issue in the Sahel, which is obviously part also of our Mediterranean region, where here especially also conflict-driven displacement compounded with climate-driven resource shortages is creating refugee crises in the region, not one, but many. And the scale of the crisis is especially worrying also. Looking only at the looking at the bigger picture, the global effects projections for the number of climate refugees or those displaced by weather-related hazards vary, but some of the most concerning numbers place them as high as 1.2 billion refugees by 2050, which, as I think you said earlier, 2050 is right around the corner. It's not a faraway imaginary date that we won't see. Which is very preoccupying for not only our region but everywhere in the world. A number like this would be completely unmanageable and would have security implications that are also devastating. However, already now, without looking at the future, without looking at 2050, we see that from 2008 to 2016, 21.5 million people were forcibly displaced by weather-related hazards. This is a global figure for the whole world, and these are the numbers that I wanted to give to contextualize the scale of the issue. For the Mediterranean context, climate-induced migration is already significant and pressing, and it's already happening. In 2022, we, the Friedrich Naumann Foundation, we published a report titled Climate and Migration, Understanding Factors Developing Opportunities in the Sahel Zone, West Africa and the Maghreb, which was a collaborative effort with the European Institute for the Mediterranean and experts from the Rabat Policy Center for the New South, as well as the Centro Studi di Politica Internazionale in Milan. And one unique aspect of our report was that we focused on something that is often overlooked, which is perception. We engaged with members of civil society in rural areas of Morocco and Senegal to understand the views of those being affected by environmental changes and extreme weather events. And while initial responses when we were interviewing them for this report, while they cited economic reasons for migrating, when we would question them further, we saw that the root cause was climate change because they were directly linked to environmental challenges such as insufficient rainfall for agriculture or declining fish stocks, which were severely impacting livelihoods. And this just goes to show that while many migrants may state that their reason right now for migrating is economic, this is not always the case. And the underlying issues are rooted in climate change because obviously we know it manifests in all the things that Eda was saying, you know, droughts, extreme weather events, extreme precipitation events, floods, everything that Ida was saying before, and this impacts livelihoods, which makes people want to migrate as an adaptive measure, as you were saying. It is also very important to mention that climate change is a risk multiplier, so whatever pre-existing condition or threat we used to have, climate change helps make it even worse. And in the Mediterranean, particularly in the southern shores, we are facing many severe challenges, including what Eda was saying before, desertification, sea level rise, erratic rainfall, extreme precipitation, ocean acidification, which then affects also fish migration patterns, heat waves, persistent droughts, and these issues intensify in some of the areas in the Mediterranean, some conditions that are already difficult. And particularly in West Africa and the Sahel, these turns the regions into some of the most fragile regions in the world relating to climate change. And they have been named persistently as climate hotspots, and more generally Africa is given its high exposure, fragility and low adaptive capacity makes it the most climate vulnerable region in the world, which makes human security implications for the whole continent very severe as well. And this obviously worries us also in the Mediterranean. With especially climate-driven migration, we need to also see that migration itself is not a novel concept, and it has always happened and in every part of the world, and it was an adaptive mechanism, exactly, to improve livelihoods. But in the context of climate change, it becomes very worrying because I mean, agroeconomic activities are no longer seen as a reliable source of income, especially in North Africa, and this will increase more and more as climate change worsens, and therefore migration towards urban areas and more diversified economies is often identified as an adaptation strategy that many want to consider. However, migration is predominantly accessible to those of a certain socioeconomic capacity, and climate change is currently and will continue pushing those that are most vulnerable, those that don't have the resources to move, often under extreme distress. And this shift marks a departure from voluntary or economically driven migration to one driven by survival in many cases. Because they sometimes are displaced by extreme weather, or they lack the availability to vital natural resources like water. And obviously without water, no one can live. And presently, although we're not seeing trends of migrants, for example, big trends of migrants, climate migrants to Europe from North Africa or the Middle East, approximately right now there's about 80% of climate-driven migration remaining intra-regional, which still poses substantial security and humanitarian challenges in the regions where this migration remains. Internally displaced persons face immense hardship, and this is also a very important issue that Eda raised, is climate immobility, which is people who do not have the resources and cannot move, therefore stay in very harsh, very dangerous situations because of extreme weather, many times in completely inhumane conditions. And this immobility also has profound implications for regional stability, which can potentially heighten existing tensions, contributing to conflict, and as Sylvie was explaining before. And this is my little,
Thank you. Thank you so much, Valeria, and I think you gave a lot of food for thinking. It is true, I think, that when we see big natural disasters, flooding or other catastrophes, it's easier to understand why people move. But many of the impacts of climate change are happening slowly. They're going to make water more scarce, and therefore crops difficult to produce, so more difficulties for the livelihoods of people, and people maybe the mobility is also less visible to Europe from the European side, because sometimes it's from rural areas to cities. There is a wonderful paper that now I think made history, examining the role of climate change in the Syrian conflict. How 6 years of drought, consecutive years of drought, more or less between 2006 to 2011, when the Arab Springs happened, really played a role, because the drought made all the seasonal wadis not available for agriculture. So they had to pump more water from the aquifers. And this meant more costs for diesel and energy to pump it. The soil was not producing anymore because of the drought. So you had a huge movement from the rural areas to the cities, contributing to feed the discontent that was already there. So of course there is not necessarily causality, but there is a strong correlations between the two elements. And I think the next contribution we're having today is going to really examine one of the main issues that the main impacts that affects our livelihoods, which is food security. And we're talking with Yasmin Seguirate. She's the administrator at the General Secretariat of the International Center for Advanced Mediterranean Agronomic Studies, CIHAM. She oversees publications and policies related to the empowerment of women and youth in the Mediterranean region, and especially in agriculture and food systems. And she has specializations in political sociology of the Arab and Muslim world. Thank you, Yasmin, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello, everybody. Good morning from Paris. No, really, thank you for giving the SIAM this opportunity to speak at this session on the nexus of peace, security, and climate change. Just a word about what is the SIAM. So we've been created in 1962, and we're a Mediterranean intergovernmental organization working for agriculture, rural, and food cooperation, so for more than 60 years. So we really have a long history of observation of the evolutions of the food systems that are impacted by climate change, and we see how these impacts Mediterranean population and territories. Just for the SIAM, really, it's essential to integrate the agriculture and food dimension into peace, security reflection, because it's too often underestimated, even if it's fundamental. We often fail to realize that one of our primary securities is linked to food. In many countries, food security seems assured, and it's part of our daily life, but when crises happen, like in the COVID-19 pandemics, for example, when we observe the recent wars, we really realize that we are very vulnerable, that our agriculture and food system are vulnerable, but we also realize how much we are interdependent in producing, in consuming the essentials for our survival. So this interdependence is a kind of fragility, but it can also be, for the Mediterranean region, really a strength and opportunity. So in the Mediterranean, we are particularly affected by climate change. It has been very well said before. And even it's a rich region in terms of biodiversity, cultural heritage, it is also the stage of convergence of interconnected crises. We said it: climate, environmental, migratory, conflict-related crises. And these crises reinforce one another. And they exacerbate, of course, the vulnerabilities of population, and in particular in rural and agriculture communities that are already weakened by a structural underdevelopment and the gradual decline of small-scale farming. So we know it, but agriculture with fishing in one way are among the sectors that are most dependent on climate. And the Mediterranean is one of the most affected regions globally. I have just some slides, if it's possible, to start sharing. I think it's very important when we talk about climate, peace, and security nexus, to think about food security in the Mediterranean through a prism of climatic and environmental challenges, and this in a context really marked by certain major trends. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide. I want to highlight some trends. We have a rising food demand. Over the past 50 years...
Sorry if I interrupt you. I've been told you have to change the slides.
Oh, but I have a problem of Wi-Fi, and
no, it's okay.
I am not the one sharing the slides.
That's no worries then. No worries. We solved it. Sorry for interrupting you.
Arriving to the office, I discovered that we had a problem of Wi-Fi, so I'm trying to manage. Sorry for this. So I would just like to say that we have some really a rising food demand in a specific context in the Mediterranean region. Just 2 words. Over the past 50 years, the population, for example, of North African and Middle East countries has tripled, and it, in addition to meeting really ever growing food demand, these countries have they have to quickly adapt to significant changes to align with globalized dietary habits, and often to the detriment of their local specificities. So in these countries, we really have a race for production. It's challenging given their environmental and structural constraints. Second slide, second trend that I would like to highlight. We said it, the Mediterranean is really a hotspot for climate change. And if the projections or the forecasts suggest that climate change will reduce already erratic rainfall and increased temperature with direct impact on water resources mobilization and agriculture system. It has been said many times, with consequences on soil erosion and degradation, with salinization and desertification. Another trend, next slide. In MENA country, we the next slide, please. Thank you. In many countries, we have 85% of fresh water that is used for agriculture. If we compare in Europe, it's 35%. And already these countries are really considered like water poor. And they are facing drought and over-exploitation of groundwater. For instance, Morocco is experiencing its worst drought in the 30 years. Same thing in Algeria. They are facing similar conditions for 3 consecutive years. Arable land is also, yes, next slide, please. The one before, sorry, the one before? Before? No. Yes, before. Thank you. Well, we can stay on this slide. What I would like to say also for these countries is that there's another. I didn't mention, but of course we have arable land that are also shrinking due to intensive farming practices, the loss of organic matters and vegetation cover, and of course we have the rising sea levels. And for example, we know that between 10% and 20% of the fertile land in the Nile Delta could be submerged by the end of the century. All these put together, we have to add that most countries in the southern and eastern Mediterranean countries are heavily dependent on agri-food sectors, and this dependence is growing since the 60s, and it is really expected to intensify further with the effects of climate change. Of course, this very important dependent on agri-food import renders these countries that they are highly vulnerable to food prices spikes, and these food prices spikes are exacerbated by crises like COVID, conflicts, but also climatic shocks. And today we have to know that access to basic food is at its most expensive level in the 60 years. Next slide, please. In addition to this, in other countries of the Mediterranean region, we said it, we are the specter of hunger and sometimes famine is re-emerging. Countries like Syria, Lebanon, and Palestine are facing these main problems, and of course, these conflicts are at the origin of these problems, but they come exacerbate already fragile agriculture and food systems that are weakened by climate change. As you can see, we have here really an explosive cocktail from a security perspective. And I also, and you said it before, I also would like to remember that most revolutions often have agrarian roots or start because of inflation in the price of basic food stuff. They start from rural areas because of development disparities, because of the feeling of injustice regarding the ability to produce or feed themselves and their families. So faced with all these challenges, the SIAM, we really call for food system, for a revolution of food systems. Next slide, please. Another one. Yes, the other one. So really, we need a revolution. Those Mediterranean agri-food systems need a revolution, putting together all these issues and taking into consideration all these issues. And for sure, we don't have a single solution. We don't have to put in opposition actors and approaches between them, but we really need to build a Mediterranean multi-actor initiative and platform. Next slide, please. And this kind of platform, like the SIAM is developing, have to put together scientific cooperation. It means sharing knowledge between international organization, university, research center, agri-food system stakeholder. This revolution means also that we need a massive investment in new green technology and social innovation in rural areas. We need to train, we need to build capacity of younger generation. That's what we're doing for 60 years in the Institute of the SIAM, because we really need to strengthen the local capacity in facing a climate change issue. Mitigation, adaptation, all these topics are really central in the education and the training capacity that we must provide to young people. And just the next slide also, we should also, through I mentioned some project, but some ideas, we should make really an advocacy on Mediterranean solution. Why Mediterranean solution? Because we need to rediscover, we need to reintegrate, we need to promote local Mediterranean products. These products require low water consumption, they nourish the soil, and they sometimes reduce greenhouse gas emission. I make just some advertising, because on the 19th of November we will have a webinar focused on the power of legumes, of pulses. They are good for health, but they are also good for soils. They are also good in terms of prevention and adaptation for the climate change. And what I would like also to say, and it's my final slide, another one. We have of course these different pillars we should work on. So scientific diplomacy, exchanging data, exchanging knowledge, but it is also important to recall the importance of creating lasting conditions for dialogue and cooperation on these issues at the Mediterranean level. We have a common destiny. The experience of the southern countries which suffer from drought, aridity today benefits countries like Spain and Malta. We must share data, good practices. We need to strengthen this scientific diplomacy and technical transfer to find this common solution. This is mainly what we discussed in Rabat. Last month we had the SIAM ministerial meeting. In Morocco, we gathered the ministries of agriculture of 13 member countries discussing all these issues, but the main topic of the ministerial meeting was a Mediterranean approach to food sovereignty. It means how can we think about a food sovereignty that relies on complementarities, relies on solidarity, and that of course highlight the importance of integrating rural communities, particularly youth and women, into agri-food value chains. So this perhaps it's now the best time to put the priority on agriculture and food issues, like perhaps a main area of collaboration for the Mediterranean region, and we are really happy to explore this dimension with the partners like UFM, but other partners who are today with us during this session. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Yasmin, and thank you especially for bringing up solutions. We have really portrayed a very dire situation in the Mediterranean in terms of risks and security implications, but speaking about possible solutions based on dialogue and cooperation is very important. And I think I will ask all of our speakers to give us at the very end possible solutions that they have in mind. But I also want to continue the round of questions with another one to Sylvie. So we discussed before with Yasmin water and food, which are essential to life. No, they are like the pillars of our existence, and it's very easy to understand. But increasingly, also energy has become an important and essential element of our lives. And I know the OSCE is working on energy security. So if you can delve a little bit more into that, thank you.
Yes, thanks a lot. Exactly. As you know, energy is part of the problem with climate change. It's also part of the solution with renewable energy, and increasingly in the Med, this is the area where business innovation And here I'd like to bring in the business, because they are the people, they are the change makers, I believe. We can do as much as we can in terms of framing, in terms of institutions giving the right incentives, but at the end of the day, businesses and companies are making the changes. So energy is part of the problem, energy is part of the solutions, but energy is also bearing the brunt of climate change as well. And increasingly, we've seen, and in particular in the Med region, how energy systems can be badly affected by climate change. You've mentioned a few examples. I have a couple more. And in particular, some of you may remember the blackouts in the Western Balkans this summer, and that was very critical. That was due to very, very high temperature, just kind of led to a collapse of some of the energy systems in that region. So now increasingly we're looking at energy. So as you rightly mentioned, we're looking at energy security from all of these angles, of course, promoting renewable energy, promoting a just transition with women empowerment, promoting as well, reduced environmental footprint and reduced emissions of the energy sector, again, from a point of view of security. And we're working with, for example, our Ukrainian partner on this very strongly. But we're also looking at mitigating climate impacts on the energy sector. We just launched a new project, a new initiative about a year ago, and working with countries in the Balkans, Montenegro, Albania, Bosnia-Herzegovina, but also Jordan, Algeria as pilot countries, and working with power companies to map and assess the risks to the energy systems from climate change. And we just came out with the risk assessment, and we have some very tangible data coming out. I mean, whether it's temperature, extreme temperature in some countries, whether it's extreme weather events in other countries. So each company is mapping and assessing those risks. And second, we're coming with them, we're developing with them downscale climate models so that they can plan, anticipate how some of these extreme events, how some of these extreme temperatures will affect the energy system. And as you know, if the energy system is down, then it's a bad sign for the whole economy, for the whole social system, for all of the emergency system response to disasters as well. So we are, and our participating states are extremely attentive to that, to ensuring security of the energy systems, including having addressing the impacts of climate change on their systems. So we are, and we are also promoting at the national levels, at all of the those countries, as they're developing their new NDCs, making sure that the energy sector is included as well, because they, we discussed before how the military gets impacted by climate change, and I was in another panel discussing that this morning. But the energy sector as well is severely impacted by climate change. All the more as their investment, as you know, in the energy sector, investments are planned 10 years in advance, right? At least, building a power station takes a bit of time. Building a dam takes a bit of time. A lot of this infrastructure that we have now, that are being built now, they were planned 10, 15 years ago or 20 years ago. It was too late. Of course, climate change was not incorporated. So we see now a lot of these energy systems in the Med region not in a capacity to be resilient to the climate impacts. It's now that when the investments are being thought about, when the infrastructure are being planned, when the investment are being made to the energy system, that we have to make sure that those downscale climate models are included in the planning of the energy system. So that's what we work on in the Med region, in some of these countries I mentioned, and we're developing, as I said, very, kind of first of the line in terms of climate modeling at this level as well. Because that's the second point I wanted to mention, is that in order to be effective, and in particular for the energy system, I love IPCC and I love the big modeling that they do, but we have to be more granular when it comes to planning, when it comes to building resilience of some of these sectors. And we have to come down to the level where it matters. So this granularity in climate modeling is something that is very difficult to get. It takes a lot of data. In a lot of countries, it's sensitive. It's hard to get this data. It's the same for migration. It's the same for food. You need the data. So that's the second message I'd like to bring up, is that getting access to this data, to have this granular modeling of climate impacts on the energy sector is very important. And we're working with countries in the Med to help them come up with those solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvie. Do you have any, just not to give you this question again at the very end, any recommendations for both the governments in the region of policies that they should develop, measures they should be taking, but also for intergovernmental organizations like the Union for the Mediterranean or other platforms for the Mediterranean specifically?
I'd say for a lot of these security challenges, we're talking health, we're talking energy, we're talking food. Clearly, I would hope that one of the driving force should be the private sector, must be the companies. So I would say I would urge, the governments and national institutions to pave the way, to put the incentives together, to put the right guidelines so that businesses and companies can do the right thing. The second would be the local communities. I do believe now that a lot of the change that we can do is at the landscape level. Maybe I'm a bit influenced by the global context where, we know that multilateralism doesn't work well anymore. But I've always believed that at the landscape level, that's where it matters. So bringing back to the community and bringing back this decentralization process to the community level, to the landscape level is essential. Those are my two
Fantastic.
thoughts.
Yes. And I would like to basically ask the same question to all our speakers, starting with Eda, if she's online. If not, maybe I'll just ask Valeria very briefly. I've been informed we have 5 minutes, so 5 minutes overall. What kind of recommendations you would give?
I think that regarding what I was speaking about, climate migration, I think that there's two very obvious solutions, which one is recognizing climate migration and climate refugees, and the second one would be creating labor agreements between Europe and other countries in the Mediterranean, and I will obviously develop both of these. I think that the first step would be recognizing climate refugees, because at the moment, migrants, first of all, are the category that is most they're not protected at all in international law. Therefore, giving them an actual refugee status would be the first step to protecting them in some way. And obviously, it's, as I was mentioning before, climate migration is very difficult to determine, and therefore determining who is a climate refugee or who is a climate migrant is still difficult. But, for example, making a difference between extreme weather events, those impacted by those could be one of the solutions. The discussion on climate refugees has always been brought up, and there's always issues around.
It's been a while that we're discussing the definition of climate refugees, and it's pretty controversial. I know.
I tried bringing it up last year to someone who worked for the UN, and they said it's a dream, it's never going to happen. But we have to keep on trying.
Anyway, that's a good recommendations, and I now would give the floor to Ida for her recommendations.
Thank you very much. I would like to draw some lines a little bit. First of all, the governance issue, I really would like to underline participatory and transformative governance rather than taking governance as a technical issue. So that's very important, to co-create with the communities and the livelihoods that are already impacted both ways, those that are mobile and immobile at the same time. The second thing is, I think, connects back to climate refugees. refugees, there's already refugees in the region, and there are lots of 2-tiered, 3-tiered citizenship regimes that are going on, especially in places like Turkey, Lebanon. So adding up a layer of climate refugees should not actually add another layer to those like 3-tier citizenship regimes that are already in place, which means that we should be talking more about the democracy side and also the transformative side of governance, especially if we're taking up the migration thing. And lastly, the conflict issue. I know that the panelists are making the causality in between conflict and migration and climate change, but there are also contrary evidence telling us that there are places that we don't really have conflict, even though climate change is an ongoing thing, which doesn't mean that climate change does not increase the already existing inequalities, but it always does not end up in conflict as well. So in that case, we should be really talking about data and adaptation practices in places where climate change is already occurring, and should be more consciously actually following up and interfering with all the parties that are involved in the region at different scales, that is starting from local to regional to the national and to the hopefully to the transnational and the cross-border governance mechanisms. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Ida. I think your call for more research and data is definitely very important to understand what is the relation and why in some contexts it happens and in some other contexts it doesn't. Okay, now I want also the last speaker, Yasmin, asking her basically the same questions. What are her recommendations in terms of governance or policy measures?
Thank you. Thank you. Even though I'm 100% in line with the previous recommendation, I would like to say that for us, perhaps one recommendation is really to put the agriculture and rural issue at the heart of strategic priorities and Mediterranean cooperation issues. It's not always the case. This dimension is many often forgotten, and we need to rely, and we need this to put agriculture and food as a strategic priority for cooperation in the Mediterranean. It's also a way of highlighting the fact that we can rely on our complementarities between the countries, that we need to support a scientific diplomacy that will allow data to be shared, processed, to anticipate and to adapt to all these climate change challenges that we have to face all together. As we said, we have a common destiny, and to this end, really we need to train and support, in particular, young people. It's fundamental. I just want to recall that the average age of farmers in our region is 57 years, with no renewal in terms of generation. And I just one point: without farmer, there's no food security. Without food security, there's no security at all.
Thanks a lot. We are at the very end now of this session, and I want to thank all the wonderful speakers for their contributions to this interesting conversation. And it's difficult for me to wrap up because many things were said. And I think if we had more time, we could go on and look at all the connections between climate change and all those risks that can have direct implication on our security. We haven't mentioned many other aspects that are still relevant. Someone maybe mentioned health. Health is also very much related to our human security. So I think this was the beginning of a conversation that needs to go more into the detail, and I hope that this was interesting and inspiring for many of you, as it was for me. Thank you very much to the speakers for their time. I also want to thank the authors of the report that we're publishing today from ECHO, Filomena and Nicolas, that have done lots of research, including with MEDEC data. So thank you also, Ida, for that. And I also want to thank my colleagues in Italy, Lorena Stella Martini, for organizing this event from remote. And thank to the participants for being here and the participants online for following. Thank you.
He's in the negotiation. Gramenos. Gramenos in the negotiation.
Whenever you want. Ready.
I can't hear anything in my headphones, that's why. Hello?
Sorry.
It works now, huh? Okay, thank you. Sorry for that.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. So thank you all for being here today and joining us at the Mediterranean Pavilion on this session on building a shared vision, clean energy perspectives for a sustainable Mediterranean. So we have a set of great panelists here. Unfortunately, not everybody was supposed to come. But I think we're going to have an interesting session. We're looking into the region and how we can improve the situation of the region and making it a better place for inhabitants there. So I'm just going to give a few words on the actual landscape of the region and understanding what the situation is, to then go to the next step and let the panelists introduce the work that they're doing and even more the perspective of what needs to be done and what hopefully will be done collectively to move forward. So the Mediterranean region is a region with a rapid urbanization, and because of that and because of the increase of population, there's also an increase of energy demand, which of course is difficult and increases vulnerability of system. And the climate change plays a really important factor in increasing the vulnerability of the energy system in the region. There's a growing need for energy, and at the same time, the system is put in at risk and at stake with all the events that the region has been seen in the past year. With the increase in climate change, we have seen a lot of difficult events such as fires and droughts and floods like the ones that were in Valencia. And this is not only a problem for the infrastructure, the energy infrastructure, but also the needs of higher energy demand, for example, for cooling systems when we have high elevated temperature, is also an issue. So we have a dual issue of protecting the infrastructure system and at the same time increasing the production to meet the needs that are constantly growing in the region. I mean, we have seen that with the average temperature rising in the coming years and the increase in needs is estimated to be around 30% leading to 2040. So the way forward is what's going to be discussed in the session today. We cannot continue using fossil fuel in the region. Some countries are heavily relying on it, but with the help of regional partners and initiative from national countries, there's also a lot of different steps that have been taken to move away from fossil fuel and to get into more cleaner energy and getting into renewable energy patterns in those different countries. But I think the state that we're in right now, the level is insufficient, and we really need to go one step further to see how this can be done and how we can move forward with the energy transition. So to make sure that the energy is accessible to all. So One of the other issues, of course, in the region is that the market is very fragmented. There's the connectivity between the countries, between Northern Europe, Southern Europe, and between the countries in the South itself. It's not sufficiently developed at this stage, and there's a lot that needs to be done on that also. Which is we're going to have, of course, today panelists speaking on all this issue. So the cooperation between the different agencies, partners, countries, stakeholders working on all those different fields are necessary and is going to happen. And today our panelists are going to speak to us about all of that and are going to present the work that they're doing in this and the work that they intend to do in the coming years. As the UFM, we try to coordinate the work of these different partners and to make sure that it's aligned with the requirements and the needs of the different countries in the region, and that it's done in a coordinated way. So with the partners that are here present today that I will introduce, we try to work together for a new plan for 2025, 2027 to see what can be done collectively to move forward to a more resilient and environment-friendly Mediterranean. So I will start today with our first panelist, Huda, who works from OMEC, which is l'Organisation Méditerranéenne de l'Énergie et du Climat, which is the voice of the energy industry in the Mediterranean area, a platform for dialogue, for cooperation and exchange, and also a think tank working on all those issues. So I will give you the floor, Huda.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Hello to friends also online. Thank you for the invitation and for the opportunity to talk about how to build a shared vision, clean energy perspectives for the sustainable Mediterranean. So us, we used to be the Observatoire Méditerranéen de l'Énergie, and we made our own transition as well to become the Mediterranean Organization for Energy and Climate. And this is because we are convinced that we need to work hand in hand on energy issues and climate. Working on both issues will serve, they will explain how the sustainable energy future in the Mediterranean. We are also glad to give the platform on UFM, Secretariat of the UFM platform on gas, hydrogen and emission abatement. And these are also topics which are of great interest, and we will come back to that later. And of course, supporting the two other platforms on renewable energy and energy efficiency, as well as renewable energy integration market. And these are absolutely important topics. Now, what we've been, of course, implementing and supporting the roadmap, the last roadmap, and now we are in the process of looking at what next. And one of, as we are dealing with all energies, so the specificity of OMEC is that we are dealing with all energies in a neutral way, and our daily work is to look at what is happening in the Mediterranean region, sector by sector, country by country, and to analyze that in different ways. And we look also at in the future. So one of the tasks that were in the roadmap is to look at scenarios. So we use always to have scenarios done by OMEC in which we do not take position, but rather translate the policies and measures which are ongoing in the region. And within the roadmap, we were tasked by the UFM member states to look at a scenario in which we would decarbonize the Mediterranean region. We are now, tomorrow we will launch the new edition of these Mediterranean energy perspectives, but there are lessons there which are very, very important for the future. First is that if we continue business as usual and reaching only the target of the NDCs, and which are the most likely to happen, the region will still rely on fossil fuels. Meaning that we will also increase the CO2 emissions. And the other bad news on that is that we will deteriorate the energy security for the region. So the energy security will really be an additional burden for especially for the South Med. and the problems would happen much more in the South Med. So the opportunities and also the challenges will be there. Why is this? Because the story now is completely different between the North and the South. The North European Union countries have embarked already in the energy transition. So if we decarbonize or we don't reach the decarbonization, the difference will be the speed. But in any case, we are going to reduce the energy demand. We are going to decarbonize the systems. And in particular, that these key countries between today and 2050, they will have also a decrease in their population. When we look at the South Mediterranean countries, so we have a fossil fuel-based system, almost 80%. This is where we start from. And we have more than 110 million people to come. Socio-economic growth, as you know, some problems to tackle with. And if we only reach the NDC's target, so we are talking within the framework of COP, we will still keep 60% of the energy mix based on fossil fuels. And again, this is not a good news because of the impact not only on climate but also on energy security. At the same time, we are hearing very good promising signals from the South Mediterranean countries to accelerate the renewable energy development. They are thinking about renewable hydrogen. So energy transition is also ongoing, but the speed is very slow. We look at the past experience, so we are very slow in tapping this huge potential for renewable energy. So the electricity sector is the one that is easiest to decarbonize, and we are slow, and so we need first of all to accelerate the path towards increasing the renewable energy. This will reduce the CO2 emission by 45% by 2050 if we do so. Second is energy efficiency. We need to tap the potential for energy efficiency in the region. This will also reduce by 40% the CO2 emissions. So only with renewables and energy efficiency, we will be able to have 48% of reduction, 45% of reduction of CO2 emission. But we do need to look at all. We will still need some hydrocarbons by 2050 in the energy system. Therefore, we need to decarbonize the Mediterranean region. And when we speak about decarbonizing, and this has been already discussed, we cannot decarbonize without tackling the issue of methane emission. So we need also to work on methane emission. Then we need to look at also CCS. So renewable energy, energy efficiency, renewable gases are important, but there is a part in which we need to work on, which is the CCUS, and so the emission, methane emission that we need to work on. This is to have a global perspective. We need long-term vision. Today we are speaking about vision. So therefore, it is very important then that we sit together with the countries to look which future we would like to go, to have a shared vision which could be translated then in adapted, of course, strategies, because now we cannot just copy and paste the same strategy for each, because the country have different specificities. But it is very important that we have a shared vision and then that we decline. Accelerating energy transition would need also a lot of efforts in terms of regulation, policies, in order to accelerate. So I'm sure we all know, and we will hear from our colleagues, infrastructure is very important. So if we need to be effective and cost effective, we need to have a regional integration. And for that, we have also the interconnection, which is very, very important. All this will, of course, require massive investments. Not only public investment won't be enough, so we need public and private investments. And to all of that, we need to accelerate the fact of the policies and the targets and the ambition in order to be, and all the measures, so the policy and regulatory framework, in order to be able to attract the financing which are needed. Of course, this many issues on. It's not the time here to discuss about specific activities. We need to do a lot of things. We as OMEC, we look at the different sectors. We look at the scenarios as well. I believe that we can also have collective work for more scenarios to see what impact, different things that we can work on with our colleagues. But at the same time that we always heard here, no one single country can make it by itself. We need to work together. The same thing applies for us. I mean, OMEC can do a lot, but we are not able to, it won't be efficient. We are not able to do everything for the energy transition, even though it's our mission. But working with our friends, so with MEDREG, with MEDENER, with RICRI, and with you, of course, we can make really things happen faster. And this is really, I believe, I love to say that the Mediterranean has a dream team with UFM, which gathers the governments, and also we have the agencies, we have the TSOs, we have the regulators, you have the companies. So we have all the dream team for the Mediterranean, and we need to strengthen our cooperation as well in order to make this journey faster, hopefully.
Thank you very much, Huda, for this introduction and enlightening on what needs to be done and the importance of working together with all these different organizations, as you said, the transmission, the regulator, and under the umbrella somehow, or with the support of the UFM that has the capacity of bringing all the member states together to discuss that, and hopefully after looking at all the modeling and the work that you're doing, coming to a joint approach on how to do it with the variabilities of the different countries, because of the limits that they have in terms of what they can develop, because if they have solar, if they don't, and things like that, and the ones that can support, and the exchanges between countries also on how better working together and exchange of technology and information. So our second speaker will actually be from METESO, so the Association of the Mediterranean Transmission System Operator, which is also a very important element of getting all the partners together, and another key partner in order to ensure that the grid of the different countries can be interconnected and we can all work together. So I will give the floor to Angelo Ferrante, who's online, the Secretary General of METESO.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me well. Thank you very much to UFM for the invitation, and greetings to my friends attending either online or in presence in Baku this event. Unfortunately, for logistical reasons, we are not able to attend in person, and that's why I'm connecting remotely. This event gives me the opportunity to highlight some aspects that we, as an association of the Mediterranean Transmission System Operators, are promoting with our platform of multilateral cooperation. We deal with electricity, and indeed the power sector is undergoing a major change all over the world, shifting from, let's say, a unidirectional system with a few big power plants and passive consumers to a fragmented and bidirectional system that comprises large-scale, small-scale intermittent renewable generation facilities and thousands or even millions of small flexible electrical consumption assets. This applies everywhere, but it is particularly critical in the Mediterranean region, which is characterized by a rather unstable environment for investors that suffer market fragmentation, the lack of long-term price signals, and regulatory and legislative asymmetries and inconsistencies, especially in European countries. We as an association are a particular blend of EU and non-EU companies. Roughly 50% of our members, 10 over 20, are from EU countries, and the other are from non-EU countries. More than in the other parts of the world, in the Mediterranean, the grid is the real backbone for the transition, because it allows the direct and indirect electrification of end users. And one of the key measures to foster the energy transition is regional integration. Unfortunately, we see that the benefits of integration are not fully understood, and many countries tend to develop national solutions instead of promoting the pooling of resources and flexibility tools. And the lesson that we have learned, as was highlighted also by you, Huda, in his introductory speech, is that very often the policies of these countries to decarbonize fail or slow down. without forgetting that the integration of the Mediterranean power system is essential not only for climate change, but also to guarantee the economic and social development in the region. Now, to achieve the regional integration, we need regional solutions. And if we look at the European Union internal electricity market, which is the reference, it must be the reference for the Mediterranean region, its three main pillars that are regional network development plans, Greek codes for harmonizing the national specificities, and efficient financing mechanisms for remunerating investments in the grid. All of them are currently missing in the MENA region. As far as the grid is concerned, unfortunately, we have a very limited extension and very non-efficient use of it, both in terms of interconnection between the two shores, north-south, but also in terms of south-south integration among the southern Mediterranean countries. We, as an association of TSOs, have been working on the technical interoperability of the Mediterranean power system. We publish the so-called Mediterranean Master Plan in the edition 2022. We have assessed 19 projects for more than 19 gigawatts of additional interconnection capacity and more than 10,000 kilometers of high voltage lines. These projects are mostly promoted by MET-TSO members because, also based on the European experience, we believe that regulated investments only can boost the necessary long-term capital-intensive use of money that's necessary to develop the grid. A possible integration to this approach could be to include in the master plan also project promoted by the third parties. And we are not against this approach, but if we look at the projects that are currently proposed, many of them, most of them are north-south interconnections to export renewables to Europe. We are not against this approach, but we think that setting up one or more regional or sub-regional markets requires not only the development of a few profitable interconnections between the north along the north-south axis, but also to develop the grid on the south-south axis. There's in principle is less attractive, but that's necessary to set up a real integrated market. This is the hardware, but we need also the software. That means technical rules for interoperability, and we as MET-TSO are working on it, but also a regional policy framework that must be connected to efficient financial instruments. And what we notice is that now there is a lack of a comprehensive vision and prevail of national policies all along the Mediterranean region. And we are missing a Mediterranean framework that's capable to attract investors. Now, in this perspective, we hope that the announced new pact for the Mediterranean that the new European Commission should promote will be adopted as soon as possible. A few words to conclude about financing, because as I said, we need to develop innovative financing instruments. Many of the projects assessed in our analysis have a significant commercial viability but suffer financial gaps. And also the cost-benefit analysis that put in place by the financing institution sometimes privileges only the market-driven performance indicators of the projects, forgetting all the many other project externalities that should be taken into account. We think that the relation between policies and investment is very strong, but it is a sort of a chicken and egg problem. So we miss a framework and we have limited investments. We have a lack of investments and reduced sense of urgency of reforms. I think that a more proactive role of the financial institutions should help in breaking this loop, both developing new methodologies to assess the bankabilities of the project and de-risking investments facilitating anticipatory initiatives for the development of the grid. We have not to forget that anticipatory investments are necessary to align with the long-term policy targets. Because the development of the grid takes much more time than the development of renewable electricity sources. Without anticipatory investments, the required grid expansion will always structurally lag the expansion of renewables and new loads. That's why we are asking for the promotion of long-term studies and the risk of the related investments. Another important aspect I would like to highlight is the extension of geographical perimeter, because the Mediterranean is strictly connected to other parts of the world, not only Europe, but also the Gulf countries, the sub-Saharan Africa, and we have to investigate possible integration of the Mediterranean region with these other parts of the world. And last point, but not least point, is to promote a public-private partnership to inject private money in projects that must be really aimed at creating a Mediterranean energy market, and not only as a profitability for some investments. I think these are the main points I would like to highlight for the discussion.
Thank you very much, Angela, for this intervention. I think it's quite clear that the important next step is to try to move forward with regional integration and to find a way to have countries understand the importance of that and to have the funding behind it. I think this is really the most important part of what will be needed in relation to the grid development. I will now give the floor to our next speaker from RECRI, the Regional Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, who works on enabling and increasing the adoption of renewable energy and energy efficiencies practices in the region. Mr. Dr. Maged Mahmoud, please.
Okay. In fact, I've enjoyed the parts. First of all, I'm sorry I was late because I was in the Portuguese Pavilion, and we were speaking about communication for boosting sustainable energy. So somehow relevant. For us as RECRI, and I would like to stress again the point that Huda highlighted on the importance of partnerships and collaboration, and putting the puzzle pieces together, so that we can solve the complex situation that we are facing. And in fact, the Mediterranean region, at least the southern part of the Mediterranean, is, from policy perspective, challenging. From market perspective, also is challenging. And we can see we do not have such free markets for electricity or unbundled, etc. Still, we are in the process to that. And this affects the ecosystem in general. So from the macro level, we have some issues that, while as RECRI and with our partners, Mediner, Medteso, Medrig, and OMEC, I'm not used to OMEC. we are trying, of course, as I said, to put the puzzle pieces together, but to understand what are the dynamics in the market. And the dynamics for renewable energy is are somehow related to the national objectives. And the national objectives bundled together will create these regional frameworks that we are working together. And when we are looking at national objectives, unfortunately, we will not see all the resources that we would like to see tapped enough, which means that we will see countries focusing on large-scale, utility-scale projects, giving them incentives, land allocation, grid connection, somehow tax reduction, etc. But when it comes, for example, to promoting small to medium scale renewables or energy efficiency solutions, you will find this lagging behind. So And when you look into the nationally announced action plans, NREAP or NEAP, National Renewable Energy Action Plans or National Energy Efficiency Action Plans, you will find some quantified goals, but in terms of renewable, you will not find real quantified goals for small-scale applications. You will find them grosso modo, big targets and so on. And for energy efficiency, you'll find many unrealistic goals based on the potential, not on the market realities. And I see our main role now is to bridge between the strategies, action plans, announce a target, etc., to become clear project pipelines, bankable, and become also engaging and inclusive of different segments in the community at the local level. So going from this top-down approach into bottom-up approach, mixing the two approaches together, I think is the priority now for us, which means that we need to enhance the implementation capacities of the countries around the Mediterranean, I mean the southern part of the Mediterranean, and learning from the experience in Europe, of course, to have this. Having said that, we are looking into the investment models, I would say innovative investment models to address the missing links. We need to look into also the emerging technologies that are taking now, somehow shaping the future of the energy, sector. And I'm speaking here about the integration between, for example, smart technology, artificial intelligence, and distribution systems, and how they can be, I would say, addressing the concern that we have heard from MedTest on bi-directional flows. We need to have business models that are fostering the prosumer's concept, that foster, for example, not only simple net metering, but now other models for self-consumption, for private to private, etc. And this would need also the engagement, not only of the grids on the distribution side, but also the regulators, and we will hear from the regulators how they are addressing that. But for us, we will translate this into a comprehensive framework, and then take this framework, translate it into the language of the sectors that need this. And I mean translating this into the language of the banking sector. And so that not only relying on multilateral funding institutions or a bilateral relation between countries, no, we go further into tapping into the local resources, using microfinance, using incentives from the central banks, establishing sustainable energy funds, expanding the existing fund to cover issues. And while doing that, also part of the new solutions that we need to look at, it's not new, but it's an important part, is, for example, to look into the major contributors of the change actors somehow. And for example, in energy efficiency, we have identified that cooling, for example, is representing around 40% of the building consumption. And this is substantial. And because we are on the south in hot climate, and we are an arid area and so on, we are expecting growth in socioeconomic indicators, and we are expecting growth in population. So we are expecting growth in demand of electricity. Unless we resort to innovative solutions when we are addressing such an issue like cooling. And here we are discussing cool chain from the refrigerants, and this was global warming potential. We need to phase out HFCs, for example, into the appliances, maps and labels. Again, and this requires also work in harmonizing and making sure that the surveillance mechanisms are there and so on, mechanisms are there. And going into the demand side, the agro-food sector, for example, going to the industrial sector, commercial sector, and tailoring solutions that fit, tailoring them from the regulatory perspective, from the technology perspective, from the financing perspective, from the market perspective. And you can think about that more than 80% of the shops, for example, a simple calculation, more than 80% of the shops are keeping the door open while they are putting the AC on. You can imagine how dramatic is the consumption of electricity just by not looking the door, because you would like the people to see inside. You can imagine that a country like Egypt, where the decree is based, they have plans for 50 new cities. 50. And then they have 16 million cities among these 50. So if they are still without enforcement of energy efficiency in building, we are in a bad situation. Again, when you look into EVs, and this is an emerging industry in many parts of the world, how this is tackled from the electricity perspective and from the consumer's perspective. What are the measures? And how the competition between resorting to, for example, in Egypt and Algeria, to CNG cars that are based on natural gas and hybrid with the gasoline, how they compete, EVs would compete in this market. And then I'm not speaking here also about the hydrogen and the B2X and the discussion on how this, and we are discussing also elements that of importance to connect with improving the business case. For example, the role of carbon pricing and how we improve, how carbon pricing can influence the economics and the financial metrics of the projects. So we need to address several aspects, starting from the large scale to the medium and small scale, different based on the sectors, addressing different needs, tapping into the new technologies, and this all will scale up renewables and also will boost energy efficiency to the level that we would say, okay, we are major contributors. I hope I have made myself clear. I'm sorry for talking a lot.
No, thank you for that. It just shows the challenge that's ahead. It's listing that, it's almost depressing, but I mean, we need to get to the next level. So absolutely, I mean, with Rekri, I think it's good because there's the whole perspective of all what is necessary to do and all the different levels of which the work needs to be done. I mean, of course, we will see with the regulatory and all that, but there's also all the work with citizens and how to make sure that what is planned is sustainable and makes sense for regular consumers, and you can still serve the needs of the people. So this balances everything to see, what are the best solutions, also using new technologies, etc. So I mean, it wraps it all up and what needs to be done and how all of you different partners can work together to reach that and to make sure that renewable energy and energy efficiency is taken into account in all the different steps that are being taken in the near future. So thanks a lot now for your intervention. I will now give the floor to the MEDREC, the Mediterranean regulators, who represent 28 energy regulators in the Mediterranean region. And I will give the floor to Mr. Özgök, who's online, who's a director of the institution. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Marie-Claire. Good afternoon, dear colleagues, dear friends. I also greet you all. And the first and foremost, when we look at our region globally, we see two things to us. One thing, the Mediterranean region is one of the regions that will severely be affected from the global warming and climate change. This is one thing we should take into account. The second thing, at the same time, Mediterranean region has or possesses all the resources. So this is a kind of big advantage. What is really missing is the closer cooperation and closer coordination on a regional level, as Huda, Angelo, and Maget indicated as well. Huda gave us a kind of global regional perspective about the Mediterranean region, that which we should take into account carefully. The share of hydrocarbons will remain still significant years to come. Secondly, Angelo said that the flexibility of the infrastructure, a robust and flexible infrastructure is needed. And Maget indicated that deployment of renewable energy and energy efficiency is very, very important towards the energy transition. I do agree. As MEDREC, what we do it, we try to, we always say that a clear, transparent, and non-discriminatory regulation is a starting point. So on a kind of regional level, we have been promoting this regulation with a view to ensuring a stable, sustainable, and competitive functioning Mediterranean energy market since we have been established. So we did significant progress, and we bring all our members around a platform that we created to discuss, to benefit, to exchange from each other, and to agree on a kind of regional regulatory, consistent and coherent regulatory framework. So this is we believe that we made significant progress towards this direction. As all other colleagues already indicated, that still a closer coordination, a closer cooperation is missing. One important thing recently came from the European Union, European Commission. So European Commission, first and foremost, created a new commissioner for Mediterranean region. So this is the first in the history of the European Commission, which is a clear commitment, a political commitment that the European Commission gives to the region. So this creation will definitely have a different repercussion in the region. It will definitely change the things dramatically. So we, all stakeholders, main stakeholders, or representative of the regulatory agencies, the system operators, the consumers, that we should come together and to work closer and to create a kind of synergy together on a regional level. This is very important. Therefore, the political commitment is already there. So again, the energy transition won't be so easy, but it is also not impossible too. If we work together, we believe that we can achieve the energy transition as it was foreseen in the future or in the years to come. Again, hydrogen will play a vital role alongside the storage. And we always say that, I mean, when we talk about the role of hydrocarbons, we should be very careful again, because we call it in general hydrocarbons. Hydrocarbons have different impact on the climate change, comparing gas with oil and coal. We say that we should not put these three hydrocarbons into the same basket. We should follow a kind of step-by-step approach to phase out coal and then oil, and then we should come to gas. Of course, it is ideal to replace gas with hydrogen and other biogases as well. In that respect, the European Commission has adopted a new law, a new directive on the hydrogen and as well as the biogases. We are currently working on this new regulation. I believe that, as Angelo says, that it is very crucial. European Commission has created this functioning European energy market, and we believe that with a kind of similar approach, we can also create a functioning Mediterranean energy market as well. Again, what is really missing in terms of infrastructure as the financial issues is missing in the region. Yes, of course, there are international banks, there are projects, but the projects in general are based on the bilateral cooperation between one or two countries. It should be taken into account a kind of regional perspective. Therefore, we advise, we recommend, or it's our, let's say, the perspective that there should be also a Mediterranean bank should be created for our region. Once you create a commissioner for the region, I believe that creating a bank specifically would bring the fund for the regional projects in our Mediterranean region. In that respect, again, Angelo highlighted one important issue. Not only we should ensure the interoperability and integration among our countries, we should go beyond, for example, the Gulf countries and the African countries where there are or there will be interconnection with our region as well. We have to also improve our coordination and cooperation with these regions as well, because they possess significant resources where we can bring these significant resources to our region as well. Again, these regions also possess significant resources for critical minerals. These critical minerals, we often neglect them. We also need them for the energy transition in the future as well. From today, we should also invest to these critical minerals issues as well. What we say, we have been working a kind of coherent and consistent regulatory framework. And we, with the lead of European Commission, the all stakeholders, with METSO, with OMEC, we have been working to create or to bring a common understanding for a common grid codes for our region. So this is also necessary in order to understand, in order to ensure interoperability, integration, we need this one. Not only we should improve the interconnection between the southern members, but also we need additional infrastructure projects between South and North countries as well. In the end, as we always repeat, a coherent, transparent regulatory framework will open the gate, will pave the gate for this infrastructure to happen and to attract the foreign investors. In the end, our main objective is to create a coherent and consistent regulation where we can create a functioning Mediterranean energy market. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this intervention. So, I mean, it clearly shows that, I mean, in addition to, and not in addition, but in order to be able to promote renewable energy and to make sure that energy efficiency goes through the region, it is indeed necessary to have a coherent, regulatory framework for the region. So maybe the EU model can serve as a model, but I think there's probably a lot also to do, as you said, within the South to try to find their own path, to see how already this regulatory framework can be aligned within the different countries in the region and make sure that it, then it becomes also, investment friendly, and it makes it a lot easier to move forward in that sense. I will now give the floor to our last panelist from MEDENER, the Mediterranean Association of National Agencies for Energy Management, who is also online. Roberta, please.
Thank you, Marie-Claire. Good afternoon, everybody, friends, colleagues. This year I'm online due to some issues, logistical issues. I could not join you in Baku, unfortunately, but I will be presenting our vision from the MEDENER side. So, of course, we agree with all that have been said today, with all our partners, with all our stakeholders in the energy platform, and we have some priorities as MEDENER. First of all, we do agree we need really a closer cooperation with all the partners in the framework of the UFM, with all the stakeholders, and we want to present our vision for the future, our priorities. Our priorities and our visions are based on the needs of the region. We know very well that the region is warming 20% faster than any other region in the world. We must act very quickly. We start having disasters due to the climate change, and we can see, for example, the last one in Valencia. And our priorities have been defined with our members, the national energy agencies. We are the technical arms of our ministries, of our governments, but we are also in contact with the local communities, because once we have plans, once we monitor the plans, we have to implement the plans. So our priority to facilitate the energy and climate transition in the Mediterranean countries must be effectively implemented through a multi-level governance approach. This is very important because we have to promote more sustainable cities. In the southern Mediterranean, over 60% of the population lives in cities, and there are continuous urbanization trends that are really going to further exacerbate the climate crisis. The cities in the southern shore are growing, and notably on the coast. And moreover, they produce a lot of global CO2 emissions, and they are responsible, the cities, for more than 75% of global CO2 emissions. And transport and buildings are the most important sectors, the most energy consuming sectors in the region, and are the largest contributors. So cities have really a key role to play on climate actions, and we need to step up climate mitigation efforts in the energy sector. So in the future, we will be representing the Mediterranean region in the Global Covenant of Mayors. This is an initiative to bring together local authorities, and we are going to start with the next phase of our project, mitigation enabling energy transition in the Mediterranean area, together with our partner RECRE next year. And we want really to implement the solutions and the actions, particularly from the energy efficiency interventions at the local level. Furthermore, we'll be also we'll be continuing to work at the national level. We will support the development of energy efficiency, climate policies and strategies, and we will have also a special focus on buildings with demonstration activities, tools. We want really to be on the field from this point of view, but we need, to this end, the collaboration with all our partners, with all the stakeholders, in a really closer cooperation, as it was said before. We are also, of course, a network of experts. We built a big network of experts for renewable energy and energy efficiency actions in the area, and our network of experts will continue supporting all the efforts. So we will have training and capacity building activities. Awareness raising is also very important, not just from our point of view, but from all the partners. So we think that awareness raising is very important for the region. Our one priority, a very important priority, is also access to finance, of course, for energy efficiency investments, renewable energy investments. And Maged already talked about that. We'll be working again to these specific topics, also to enhance the local investments, and not just at the national or international level with IFIs, but also with commercial banks, and with all the stakeholders, in particular with our sustainable energy investment forums, putting together the different kinds of stakeholders in order to have a clear view from the policymakers, the technicians, and the banks. To conclude, we will have the two priorities: the priority to work all together, the priority at regional, national, but particularly to have a local impact. Of course, as Medener, we are working also at other topics, like, for example, we'll be soon launching our Med-H2REN network, that's Mediterranean H2 hydrogen renewable energy network experts, where the experts from our agencies will be together, exchanging and working together. We are, of course, available for any collaboration with all our partners, and also in other, of course, in other sectors as Medener. And we look forward to collaborate and to draft this plan for 2025-2027 at UFM level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Roberta. Thank you all for your intervention. I think all your presentations and putting forward all your priorities. I mean, they all seem to, of course, to meet at some point. But there's a lot of work to do there. I mean, we still have a lot. I know that you have already been collaborating and cooperating a lot in the past, but I see that there might be a way to go a step further and try to do more, eventually integrating more people to have some kind of coherence and coordination in the way things are done, and with the bottom line, with the what's really needed at the end is the funding, because I think you all have a lot of initiatives and ideas that can be put together in one direction, but to be able to make that bankable and to interest not only the IFIs but also the private sector. I mean, as Roberta had said, to work at the local level and the national level and the regional level towards a more sustainable region. So I hope that we will be able together. I mean, the UFM will certainly support all of you. A plan for the next years to come that will fulfill some of the requirements and lead to a better future. I don't know if any of you have any concluding comments that you would like to make. No, okay, great. Thanks a lot to all. Thank you.
Let's go. Circular economy and advancing towards a resource-efficient Mediterranean economy is crucial for both Interact NextMed and MedWaves, who joined forces in this Mediterranean pavilion today to convince our audience that we have to move forward towards a more efficient resource Mediterranean economy. Today we are happy to have with us a set of speakers which are quite diverse and complete. We'll have the point of view of an expert in the field of circular economy. We'll have the point of view of the policymaker with a regional government, and we'll have my colleague from the Interact NextMed program that will be talking about opportunities. Without further delay and before entering into details, we are happy to have with us today to address you the welcome speech Mr. Jesus Maestro, which is the director of the UNEP-MAP Regional Center for Consumption and Production Center, also called MedWave. So please, Jesus, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I'm not that tall, so the microphone must be a little bit down. Thank you very much, Vincent, and thank you all the partners for being here today. I'll just say 2 or 3 words regarding the main central point of this side event today here in Baku, which is the move to a circular economy, the perspectives that we have, the opportunities that you are showing from several points of view, from several institutions, and also the point of view and the actions of some non-statewide governments, like the government of Catalonia in several aspects. I would just say, I'd like to say a word regarding what is the Mediterranean. The Mediterranean is a common sea, and we have to, our duty is to work with everyone in order to make this sea of us that we share since many thousands of years ago, the nest of some cultures of Western culture, better and more supportive and really peaceful sea for all the population that we live here. And of course, we are committed in fighting climate change, and our speakers will address this issue. Just to finish and to welcome all of you, a couple of days ago, just days ago, the first issue of, let's say, of the greatest hits of European music and European songs was launched by European Union. And representing Spain, there is a very beautiful song by a Catalan chansonnier, Joan Manuel Serrat, which is Mediterráneo, that represents all of us. So all of you who don't know the song, please listen to it, because it represents all that we want in this sea of us. Thank you very much, Vincent, and welcome all of you.
Thank you very much, and thank you twice also for being concise. So strong message and concise. I would like to say that this event, together with MedWaves, Interact NextMed program, is also a way to show that we are united. We are long-term friends with MedWaves, having been a strong player in the Interact NextMed program, running several projects, and I'm sure that we will count on you to address our specific objectives in the future and to contribute to a better Mediterranean altogether. So now we are going to move to our panelists. So today we're lucky because we're not so many as in other events, so you are getting a bit more time. So that's good. The first one to speak will be Mr. Sergio Ponsa. He is here representing the Interact Euromed Innovative Sustainable Economy mission, but he's from the Beta Center in Vic in Catalonia, Spain. He also has been an actor in our program. very interesting projects that you've been doing, so thank you for that. And you are going to tell us about how we can reduce material consumption, how we can decarbonize, and this through the quadruple helix. So please, Sergio, show us what you think about this.
Well, thank you very much, Vincent, for the great and amazing introduction, so very appreciated. So I have a presentation. I don't know if it's ready. I have the presentation, Vincent, if it's ready or not. And yeah. Yes? No, but yeah, I have it in the computer, yeah.
Maybe we are having a technical problem, which is not your fault, so don't worry. So what I can propose is that we switch speaker. In the meantime, we fix it, and then you come back. Sorry so much. No. So that's a lot of pressure on the second speaker. Alejandro, are you ready to advance?
Of course.
Sorry, so in the meantime, my colleague Alejandro Lafarga from the Interreg NextMed program will inform you on the opportunities of the upcoming call for proposals from NextMed on circular economy. So, Alejandro, you have 15 minutes.
Well, that's time that I'm sure that we will make the most of it. So, hello everyone. I'm happy to be here and happy to be here also explaining the opportunities that cover the circular economy. Well, I think that most of you know our program, but you know that we cover many topics, and of course one of them is circular economy. So Interreg NextMed is the third edition of the cooperation program covering the Mediterranean area. We are working since 2007. This is the third edition, and in the two previous editions, we have funded more than 175 projects. So many partners, almost 400 million euros invested, and well, we have created a community. We have been able to make entities across the Mediterranean exchange ideas, exchange knowledge, exchange best practices. So we are still working to create this area of prosperity, security, and we are really looking forward to keep on working on it. Of course, our program, we want to co-own the results of what we do. So there is no country which is above the other. There are 50 countries in the cooperation area, and it's not a matter of one country teaching the other how to do things, but all together address those challenges that we think that are common, that cover the whole Mediterranean Sea basin. The cooperation area covers 15 countries, more than 100 territories, and there is a bunch of people living there, more than to be allocated for projects. We had already launched a first call, which was launched 1 year ago. We are about to present the results of this first call, but we are about to launch the new one, which is why we are so excited here in the COP, presenting what's going on, and the total budget will be above 80 million euros. And before going with some details, just to remind you that the program goals is to engage people and businesses, of course businesses as well, but also universities, also civil society, also public authorities. There are many types of entities in there, and this call, which is called the call for green transition, is covered in many areas, but we want that in any of them, in any project that we are going to fund, there will be some aspects and some topics and some actions that are all of them directly related to environment. So no matter what the project is about, we have to see that there is some work and some purposes of making the Mediterranean a more sustainable place to live. And of course, also sustainable but also inclusive. So trying to make that every project has an impact on people, on the territory. So from the very beginning, we want projects capable of delivering results within the periods, so maximum 3 years. So we want this project that after 3 years you can say, okay, we have improved the lives of people living there. And we are going with we have the experience of the previous programs, of course. And we could see that, for example, in the previous program, which was called any CBC Med, and we had 400 tons of biodegradable waste that was converted into natural fertilizer, and many other actions that we could be proud of. Actually, you can see also some reports on our program website of any CBC Med. We published recently a book with some of the results, which is called Faces and Places of the Mediterranean. You can see what we were doing and what is the people who was behind these results. But going back to our new call, that's why we are here. As I was saying, 83 million euros, holistic approach, many sectors in there, and of course, the word that must be always in there is cooperation. Any project that you present, you must demonstrate that you are engaging cooperation across the different territories. So you must address common challenges, but of course, do not make isolated actions. And going to the topics that we are covering, there are two main areas in our program. So one is more about economy and trade. The other one is entirely focused on green transition, let's say it. The other one is about inclusion, and the last one is governance. And these four areas are covering 9 different specific objectives. So you can see here the 9 specific objectives, and we have exactly one of them, which is entirely addressed to circular economy. These objectives, the figures are not yet definitive, but we can announce or share or guess that there will be a budget in this objective of about 9 million euros for a circular economy projects. But we'll see that even in the circular economy could be also represented in the other objectives if your proposal is well designed. But going to circular economy, so some of the actions that could be funded. So these are examples. These are like some proposals. This is not a comprehensive list, okay? But let's think that, for example, ideas or actions that could be implemented, adoption of circular economy practices through the SMEs, waste or byproducts that in one industry are used as raw materials for other industries, technical assistance to SMEs so they can redesign the products and to get them to the market for a different use, so we minimize waste. Or of course, how we can green our supply chain. And also local governments, especially local and regional governments, who are usually the ones that are in charge of a waste treatment. So how can they also adopt circular procedures? How they can reduce waste and adopt a total 100% circular economy in there. Of course, pilots are allowed and are expected. So how they can make waste to research technology. So pilots to demonstrate any type of technology that goes in circular economy would be also more than welcome. But still, some other actions, if this remote wants to work, which apparently is not working. So the remote doesn't want to work anymore, but I could say that Or, no, because maybe I have to point to somewhere else, but the remote to here. Well, so there were some actions I was related, but if not, what I can still tell you is that even if you are not thinking about, okay, you can just go to the next slide. Okay, yeah. So other actions, make your people more skilled on circular economy. So training actions. If you want to share this knowledge, if you want to make either companies or citizens to learn about how to reduce waste, that will be also a type of action that's eligible. Of course, also working with the neighborhoods, make the neighbors and make the citizens to participate and to be part of a program that provide access to recycling facilities. Actions that would help to segregate different types of waste, or community platforms that make the household to share and to repair and to work together. So, I mean, even these river cafes where people can go and fix their items. So the call is really open to many actions, and I don't know how much time I have left. That a couple of minutes. So I want to also to stress out this point that our program covers 9 specific objectives, and an idea or an action that could be aimed for circular economy could even have his place in other specific objectives. So if it's more about research, you can work on this part, and you can make a project about research on different technologies for improving the waste treatment, or even SMEs, competitive systems. Of course, a company will become more competitive if it's able to make the most of what others call waste. So, of course, a project on this would fit in there. But even if we go to the objective of access to education and training, we all know that there are many technologies or even procedures that need to be taught and need to be disseminated. So training for employees could be also one of the use that we can go for the circular economy. And finally, governance. You know that local and regional governments are in charge of the waste treatment. So if you manage to work with them, they could be also part of this. So I will not extend anymore because I know that I'm over time. So you know the rules of the call. Project between 1 and 3.5 million euros. You are more than welcome to come here. So if you have any doubts, of course, we can talk about it later. Thank you very much, and I give the word back to Vincent.
Thank you very much. In fact, we are on time because thanks to Jesus, which was very short, and also I didn't take too much time, so we are on time. Alejandro is our program expert for energy, so feel free to reach him if you have any doubt on what can be achieved in this program in the field of energy, because of course we cannot do anything. We are more focusing on energy efficiency, but also on circular economy. So we can achieve interesting stuff in this program on this topic. I hope, Sergio, you will forgive me about what happened before. You know, Sergio, the bad point is that I mixed the presentation, so that means that somebody else received your presentation. I hope he found out on time. If not, it has been a surprise for him. So sorry, and please, okay. You have also 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Vincent. And it happens, so it's normal. No worries for that.
Shouldn't, but yeah.
Yeah, but well, this is the...
I know you will forgive me.
Yeah, already done, so no worries. So thank you very much for the introduction again. I will talk about how to consider the quadruple helix to increase the impact of the innovation in these thematics that you have proposed. I will take advantage also of the experience that we are accumulating since the last 8 years, in which we have had the opportunity to be leading a kind of capitalization governance initiative that was promoted by the Interreg Euromed in the past and now is continuing in the next programming period. And we are lucky and honored to have this opportunity to coordinate this initiative. So first of all, I would like to say that there are a lot of key investments and key programs that are giving support to these thematics in the Med Basin. A lot of them, since we have the Interreg Euromed, we have the Horizon, we have PRIMA, we have the Next Met as well, and then we have other funding entities or initiatives such as the Union for the Mediterranean, the United Nations, and the OECD even, and more about that. But what's happening? If you take a look on the news and if you take a look in the indicators, so we are not still achieving the desired impact. There are many gaps, and we are not able to transform this huge investment in innovation in real long-term adoption of these technologies or real long-term impact. So what's happening then is that, in our opinion, so not all the actors are connected. And this is a figure that we are using so often that is trying to explain what is our view about that. So scientists are thinking that we know a lot and we are able to develop the innovation that the market needs, but it's not happening. The market is isolated from the scientific and from the policymakers, so they are not able to have like a real connection with them. So whatever the policymakers are deciding, maybe the impact to their market is not what the policymakers expected, because this communication doesn't exist so often, and the same with the scientists. So we need to provide science-based information to policymakers so they can take their decisions based on this information. So this connection, it doesn't exist. So if we want to have long-term systemic solutions that can be adopted with this long-term vision, we need to be connected. That's why we propose not just to be connected during the implementation of the project, that this is what these programs are promoting, and they are succeeding in this objective. So we need to identify altogether the challenges. We need to jointly define what is going to be the innovative solution that we would like to develop. We need to develop this solution together, and the adoption is not the adoption just for the market. It's how this technology, this innovation is also transferred to the new policies, to new regulation, or to new incentives that should be developed. That's why we propose to work on this science for policy, in the science for practice, and also in the practice for policy, in the practice for science, because it's super. I'm not going to be deeper on that because we don't have time, but these concepts are the ones that are explaining how we should go forward. And of course, I didn't mention society because society is embedded in all the actions that it has no sense that we are not trying to have the challenges of the society. Private sector, if you are not connected with the consumer's needs, it's difficult that you will have a business. And the policymakers, this is their role, right? But it's important, the role of society, and you should involve as well them in the process, and I will give some examples. So after this super quick explanation, I will put two clear examples about two programs. One of them is going to be Next Met, the previous in 9. Great. Because we have had successful stories on that. So I will start with the Interreg Euromed program that since many years ago, they thought they needed to tackle this challenge and having a real transference of knowledge and innovation into policymakers, because are the ones that can shape the future policies and incentives to make it happen. So now in the Interreg Euromed, they have created a new structure. Well, it happened in the past, and they have reproduced and improved now in the new program, in which they have created a governance umbrella over the innovation projects. That means that they are able to take advantage of all the innovation results that are produced in the innovation projects that they are funding and gather all the results and make additional actions in order to make the impact happen. To increase the adoption, but specifically also to have this adoption as well for the policymakers. So how the policies can consider this new state of the art or the real needs of the market in order to integrate this, or the citizens to integrate these innovations. So they have created this structure in which they have a thematic community that in this case we have the honor, as I said before, to coordinate, in which we are in contact with all the innovation projects, and then we also have the institutional dialogue pillar. So there are the two pillars of the governance project. And the institutional dialogue is the one that is transferring or is in contact with the policymakers mainly. And also the Catalan government is strongly involved in that pillar, in the institutional dialogue project. What kind of actions are we doing? For example, these are the main thematics that we are dealing with. That are thematics that Vincent and Jesus explained before. That's agri-food system, industrial transition, marine resources, and resource valorization, mainly related to circular economy and decarbonization of the Med Basin. But this is the example that I was referring to. A concrete.
They like your words.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, this is the concrete example of tangible things that we are doing inside this community or this governance project. that is the Innovative Sustainable Economic Community Hub. That is an online platform that is wishing to connect the quadruple helix actor with doing specific actions considering all of them. For example, we are working on the connection because, as I said before, it's important to connect them before to identify what are the challenges together. We are working on learning how to learn from past experiences and transferring knowledge. We are working on sharing tangible things and things that can be adopted in other regions of the Med Basin as well, and promoting new collaborations to develop these innovative solutions together. This is something that is happening currently. We launched this hub in October. We have more than 200 entities already engaged from 30 different countries, from the main basin and beyond. So I encourage you also to take advantage of this platform. And these are the kind of issues or actions that we are performing in that Innovative Sustainable Economy Inter-Euromed governance project. And going to another kind of actions. So it's another example from the ENI CBC Med project. This is the previous Next Med program. We had they like a lot, right?
What a success.
Yeah. So we have also the luck and the honor to coordinate the DICOS project in which we were developing innovative organic waste management solutions and to be implemented in the small municipalities. And these are the kind of outputs that we were able to obtain. For example, we involve more than 350 citizens, just referring to the involvement in society. We created more than 60 green jobs, so involving the private sector. We promoted almost 50 trainings to policymakers, to public administration, so involving the public sector as well. And as well, we involve the key pillars of the program, that is the youth and the capacity building and raising awareness campaigns with the citizens. So and these are the main outputs that we obtained. But it was not enough, right? Because then it was very chirurgic and it was targeting a few municipalities. What the program did next, so they promoted, well, these are some pictures of this showing that it was real, so the citizens were really involved. So what the program did after that, so they decided to increase the impact, to multiply the impact, and they launched a call on capitalization of the results of the previous project. And we were also lucky to have one of them, that is the Med for Waste initiative, the Med for Waste program, that was trying to deal with the quadruple helix as well. So first, identifying the successful practices, so to create a catalog of best practices and studies and benchmarking. Then how to replicate that at all levels, so and also considering the main objective of awareness raising and youth involvement, and then mainstreaming to public policies. At the end, what we did, so we create this catalog of waste solutions that was addressed to all stakeholders. We created at national, subnational levels a policy toolkit addressed to academia, civil society, and public authorities as well. And we also addressed the local level. That is super important. We always said that the only way to have impact is to have the feet on the floor. That means to touch the territories, to touch the municipalities. So and we're creating a lot of mentoring schemes and awareness raising campaigns, so involving all kinds of factors. So the effect was multiplied, and we are sure that we achieve this objective, that is to create a long-term impact, right, doing these kind of actions. I have to say also that both the Interreg-Euromed governance umbrella is labeled by Union for the Mediterranean, and also the Med for Waste was also associated to the Green Med agenda of the Union for the Mediterranean. So meaning that we were integrating this information in long-term view of policymakers in the Med Basin. And that's all. Thank you very much, Vincent, for your time.
It's not like the other applause, but we're not that bad. It's very impressive what Beta Center and University of Vic is able to do. What you've done, of course, I can only speak about our program, but what we've done with DCOST, which is one of our good practice projects, is quite impressive. You were able to reach local council, very small ones that usually nobody wants to work with, and to change actual things on the ground, creating jobs for people that really needed it. So we can even say that you changed lives. So, well, congratulations for this, and I hope that we will see you again in the projects that are going to be approved very soon, and in the next one, and so on forever, maybe. So now we're going to move to the third level that we have today among the speakers, which is the policy level, and we are happy to have with us Ms. Sonsoles Letang Jimenez de Lata, am I right? Sorry, from the regional government of Catalonia, from the director, well, you are Director General for Climate Change and Environmental Quality, and you are going to address new horizons for policy actions, regional actions, and also you are going to provide us, of course, the policy perspective. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Okay, today I'm going to talk about how local and regional governments can be very effective in addressing today plastic pollution. Okay, so I don't know if yes, who we are. Well, we come from Catalonia, a region located in Mediterranean Sea. So I'm sure you know that all the Mediterranean areas are heavily affected by the triple planetary crisis that humanity currently faces. That is climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution of air and ecosystems. And regarding this last effect, to decrease plastic pollution, represents a big challenge for us because we find it everywhere in the sea, beaches, rivers, nature, crops, etc. Local and subnational governments are at the front of plastic pollution crisis, experiencing the deep impact on environment, economic sectors, and in our own lives. So, scientific evidence estimates that greenhouse gases emitted throughout the entire plastic life cycle represents between 3.8% and 4.5% of total greenhouse gas emissions. So the expected increase in the industrial production of primary plastic represents a substantial challenge at global level because difficult to achieve a global temperature below 1.5 degrees. And this assessment do not consider other things, the emissions from the uncontrolled disposal and open burning of plastic waste, and neither the emissions of greenhouse gases produced during the plastic recycling processes. So probably the true generation of greenhouse gas emissions related to plastic production and elimination is higher than current evaluations indicate. We are aware that to solve plastic pollution is a difficult task. It needs to involve multiple stakeholders. It needs technical and economical resources and requires appropriate policies to be implemented in the industrial production of plastics as well as in recycling and management of plastic waste. Taking into account this difficult situation, which involves the contribution of the private plastic production sector and the policies of governments at all levels, an innovative framework of cooperation is more needed than ever. But now, we have a great opportunity to address plastic pollution thanks to the resolution adopted by the United Nations Environment Assembly on March 2022 to end plastic pollution by drafting an international instrument, they call like this, to achieve it. The preliminary intention was to finish the instrument by the end of 2024, and I think that we are going to do it. And the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee is in charge of developing the instrument in collaboration with several partners. One of these partners is the Coalition of Local and Subnational Governments, and Catalonia takes part of it. The coalition was formed with the intention of having a representative position in the work sessions organized by the Intergovernmental Negotiation Committee, because local and subnational governments are suffering the plastic pollution on the front line. In this sense, we have contributed with best practice, good examples, and experts from our regions and municipalities. We have been working together to make a very ambitious instrument that also includes how to promote sustainable plastic production and consumption, from product design to waste management too, taking into account circular economy approaches. Why is important the coalition? Okay, local and subnational governments will play an essential role in the delivery of the Plastic Pollution Treaty, the instrument led by the Intergovernmental Negotiation Committee. And some reasons are: we are government entities closer to citizens. That's why regional and local government must participate in the drafting of national level implementation plans and national policies. We have also to be able to access national and international financial resources to be able to develop actions to address plastic pollution. Most of us have a regulatory capacity. It seems that regional and local governments are able to develop regulations, rules, standards at local or regional level to promote actions for plastic prevention and waste management. We can replicate and scale. So new initiatives, best practice, successful case studies can be replicated and scaled, impacting in several municipalities, counties, and provinces. Most of us take also part of other alliances. For example, Catalonia is a member of Mediterranean Climate Action Partnership, IMCAP, that involves several Mediterranean regions around the world. So the information sharing could be in an international level. We have more capacity to reduce emissions because many regionals and local governments around the world have developed climate action plans or other similar strategies. So integrating goals on reduction plastic pollution in these plans and strategies draft at local or regional level could impact more in the decrease of carbon emissions. So, in conclusion, we, local, subnational, or regional governments are key players in making the plastic treaty a reality. We are the closest government to the citizens. We have expertise, competencies, capacity to legislate and budget. We are located on areas directly related to waste and plastic pollution. That's why we encourage all the audience to dive into the local and subnational governments coalition's website and reading also the statement. You could be a member of the coalition and contribute to the end of plastic pollution if you want. And
take your time.
Okay. We would want to explain the example of Catalonia, explaining how a regional government can contribute to reduce plastic pollution, recycling, and reusing. The percentage of recycled plastic in Catalonia is very high compared to world and European average, thanks to our policies and to our citizens. We have also made agreements and commitments to reduce single-use plastic products, so are forbidden in public entities and in all the government departments. We have also made agreements with the plastic industry, shops and stores to decrease the use of plastic bags. And we have also given subsidies to companies and entities that want to decrease the single-use plastic in their operations. So finally, regarding the reuse of recycled plastic, the Catalan Waste Agency has taken several actions. For example, we have introduced products in public works that contain recycled plastics. We started this project in 2010, so until today, we have introduced a big amount of products with recycled plastic. We have a specific Catalan accreditation for these products that certify that the recycled plastics comes from urban waste. And we have also a platform for changing industrial plastic waste that comes from industries and can become a product and being introduced in other industrial processes. That's all. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sonsoles. Great words on something so important as plastic, fighting against plastic. I think that plastic is one of the best examples of why we have to act together at Mediterranean level, because it's a very clear example where if you're doing something worse in Spain, it will affect Egypt one day because plastics will go there. Or if it happens in Tunisia, it will happen in Italy. So we really need people like you that want to make an effort at global level or at Mediterranean level, because they understand that this is not a regional problem. This is not a local problem. And also, I'd like to highlight that, of course, your region is extremely active and very compelling. And in fact, it's a winner in our program with many projects led by Catalonian institutions. So thank you for this. You are an example for many regions, and we have to follow you in this sense. We are in advance, but no worry, because I have some questions for you. Not very tricky, a bit tricky, maybe. Let's see. Now, one of the things I would like to tackle is the sectors, because I know for you it will be easy sectors. We are going to launch the Interact Next Med program is going to launch a new call for transition projects. Medwaves is going to be a key actor, I'm sure, and maybe also Catalonia and Beta Center. And we have terms of reference. So we explain, of course, what they can do, either on circular economy or on other objectives. But we leave sectors open, of course, to the imagination of the projects and to their creativity and to their needs. But I would like to take advantage that you're here, if you have any idea of what would be, on your opinion, some sectorial priorities that should be addressed. In the past, we had many projects on textile, which is maybe quite obvious even for me that is not an expert. And we had one that maybe Alejandro would like to say something about this, because it was very original, on using the waste of construction to build roads. So this was a very innovative approach. I don't know if you have any idea of the upcoming sectors where we should, or the projects should act. Is there any one of you would like to address the question? Sergio?
Yeah, thank you, Vincent. So there is not one single answer. I mean, it's not one single sector that we need to address. But I would like to highlight at least one of them. That is the agri-food value chain. And the main reason is because it's a sector that is allowing to create new business models and new value chains. I mean, from the food value chain or from the agri-food sector, since the primary sector, processing, even retailing. So you can create a new kind of products or new markets. So from food waste, you can create bioplastics, you can create biomaterials, you can create a lot of different structures of an added value for the Med regions. So it's not just recycling, it's just creating new approaches, new materials, new business models. And the biomass from the agri-food is the real source that is allowing that. As I said, is one of them. I mean, of course, we cannot skip plastics.
Okay.
Plastics also should be targeted as well, and many others. But I will highlight at least these two, just to start. I mean,
any other? Before that, I just would like to say that plastics, in the previous program, ENI CBC Med program, we had a specific objective on integrated management coastal zone, so it was there a natural place for plastics. Now we have to be a bit more creative, maybe under circular economy, I guess, if you want to add something on this, or under any of the other specific objectives.
Well, as Vincent was saying, in our previous program, some projects were addressing textile. We had also something about using the waste from demolition and construction to use to build roads. Plastics were also covered in this coastal management, but there are many. I mean, we don't only have to think about recycle. We also have to think about repairing. We also have to think about what to do with every item or every device that we don't use anymore or that we think that is not useful. For example, the EU has set in the past years directive on make the electronic devices more repairable. So work on the repairability, making those devices more easy to repair, and even those logistic chains to make possible that every electronic waste, how to use it and how to send it. Even now in the Spanish cities, and I think that it's more in Europe, I don't want to think about how things are in other countries, but when you have an electronic device that is not valid anymore, it's not that easy to take it to a place where it will be adequately treated. So that's also one of the sectors that I think that there is still room to work on in well, thank you, in Europe and in the Mediterranean region.
I think Sergio wanted to add something on plastics. Oh no, sorry.
No,
Sorry.
don't worry.
No.
I think that we have a lot of work done. For example, in Catalonia, we have the price books for public construction. The ITEC, the Institute for Construction, is a public company that is half public and half private. And we have been working for doing the price book of the subjects for the public works that contain each product that has recycled material. And for example, in Incasol, that is the Catalan Land Institute, I've been working before there. We did urban projects that consume more waste than the waste that we're going to generate. And we have built the economical sectors and the residential sectors, neighborhoods, using waste and consuming more waste using this kind of product. So we have a lot of work done for circular economy, and we have to replicate. We have to replicate as we told before.
And you're welcome to do it in our program, and of course with the other actors, and especially MedWaves. So Thank you so much.
Okay.
Sergio.
Yeah, it's just to complement your question about the plastics and my answer as well. So I will provide an additional vision of that, because we are very used to work on the material itself, so we can work on the new materials that are biodegradable, compostable, and so on, and how to integrate this in the value chain. And this is one approach, and it should be maintained. But we need to work also on avoiding the pollution, reducing the pollution, and we need to identify the sources. And in this sense, there is a very great initiative that we like very much, and we are very much involved, that is called Plastic Pirates Europe, that we initiated in this initiative with a Spanish small fund in Catalonia when we implemented this. But it's about involving the youth and students in the secondary and primary schools to have the sampling of plastics in the rivers, because the theory is to avoid the plastic pollution in the sea. We need to avoid the plastic pollution in the river because this is the way that main part of the plastic reach the sea. So and we implemented this massive sampling of plastics in rivers in Spain, mainly in Catalonia, but also in Castilla y León with the University of Burgos. So you can identify what is the source of plastic pollution, so you can act in the source to avoid that. So these two complementary actions can contribute as well to the... And this year, through a project from the Plastic Champions promoted by the Water and Environment Support from the WestMed project, we implemented or we replicated this in Egypt, in the Nilo Delta, and was super successful as well in the south basin of the Med.
I think that plastics is among those things that at Mediterranean level we can be proud of and we can be a leader, and also that's one of the things we do here. Last year we had a couple of speeches from the University of Siena who performed a project on plastic with us, and it really achieved an excellent impact. So really I hope that plastic will be there again. Another option of course is to target it via the skills and also via governance. So under governance we can still act even on the more basic fight against plastic by raising awareness and make very practical actions with the citizens. That's something you can still work on. We have 5 minutes left, and I think as today we won the prize for the biggest audience online. Today maybe we're going to win the prize for the most on-time event. I would like to give you the floor one last minute, each of you, and maybe give us a final, your final thought, not only about what's happening today and tomorrow, but also thinking that people like you are helping us building the next generation of programs, because the programs, they are always built upon the responses from the projects. And with such a massive project leader as MedWaves, you know that you contribute a lot to the programs. So yesterday with EMEA, I think RIM from the Euro-Mediterranean Economists Association mentioned that now we should focus not only on circular economy but on regenerative economy, and also include the social leg into the circular economy. So that's something that we are going to take into consideration. So maybe 1 minute final thoughts on what we should take into consideration for the future as a priority for you.
Can I start?
You can start, or up to you.
Yeah. Well, I have to say that you have reached a lot of success already. So one of the positive points of the NextMed, and considering also the ENI, that you are flexible and adaptive, and it's something that has a lot of value when you are aiming to have the real impact. I will continue this path, of course, as program, to be, because the situation since you submit the proposal until you reach the end of the project, the framework is changing a lot. And if you want really to have this right impact, so you need to keep, in my opinion, this flexibility to even increase that flexibility. The social pillar is essential, so the social impact is essential. And also, I will suggest, because it's something that we are finding so often, is that the scenario and the view and the vision should be super broad. For example, whenever you are dealing with some plastic issues, you are also tackling the food safety issues as well. So it seems, because the packaging helps to preserve the food, so it's also food security and food safety related to plastic. So when you are dealing with one pillar, with one sector, indirectly you are affecting many of them. So this big view about the impact of whatever you are promoting is also that can provide a lot of value to your program, in my opinion.
Thank you very much. The link with security is very, very important and interesting. Please, Sonsoles.
Okay. For me, I want to say that local and some national governments are very important in the role of addressing several things in this kind of matters. And for me, it is very important to put together, as he has told before, the private sector, the government, local, regional, and the society together to talk about everything that is affecting to to the world in climate change and several things, because we are very separate and we have to find the mechanism to work all together.
Thank you so much. Acting together, changing together. Alejandro.
What a challenge to say the final words, but pollution has no borders, so what we pollute here might affect the other part of the Mediterranean or other countries, other areas. So that's why we have to work all together. And I think that this is a challenge that for any type of entity, whether you are a company or you are a public institution, you are a NGO, many of you have things to offer and your knowledge and your skills to work on it. So find your right partners, find these entities you can work in collaboration with, and prepare your ideas. Luckily, there are many funding schemes like ours, like NextMed, but there are others. So whether you are working in collaboration with one region or the other, we all have something to provide in there. And let's work all together so we can go to a world that is free from CO2 emissions, but also free from waste and pollution, which is also affecting our ecosystem. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Alejandro. And the final words, well, of course, thanks all the three speakers, very relevant and very interesting. But the final words should be for MedWave. So thank you so much, the whole team, for first organizing this event with us, with Interact Next Med. Also for giving us the floor and the option to moderate this session. That's very nice of you. And we really hope that you will continue being a key actor in this program and build this program and build the Mediterranean and making a better Mediterranean all together with us. Thank you so much, MedWaves. And good luck to all of you that will participate in our upcoming calls. Thank you so much. Thanks.
it's our great pleasure to have this conversation with you on the nature finance, on catalyzing the green and nature-based solutions, and while trying to move into a nature-positive finance. So this is practically what the objective of this panel discussion. In fact, this COP29 in Baku is emphasizing the role of finance, which has been practically lagging behind to move into nature-based solutions and investing and financing nature-based solutions, not only in terms of the green, but also on the blue economies. That's what we would like to move forward our economies into economies that are really, I would say, positive to the nature and anchored to the nature. Of course, there are many initiatives. I mean, over this couple of weeks, there has been a lot of commitments and trying really to move finance into the green territories. Of course, these are all aspects which are relating to green growth, but then at the same time, we need to keep stability going. We need to understand that sometimes financial innovation can be adding value to our economies, but at the same time, this might also lead to certain inefficiencies or disruptions in terms of financial stability. So today we have discussed with all of you already where are we going in terms of this nature finance. Is it really a new asset class that we are moving and developing over this, I would say, years to tackle the climate challenges, or this is just a new, I would say, rhetoric to move certain financial instrument into greening without really having a certain impact, a real impact on the real economy. So today the discussion is really covering how can financial institutions overall can move and accelerate this transition into developing the nature finance, but also valuing the nature capital, because this is also about valuing the ecosystemic services that the nature is providing us, and how really we can provide the right incentives to the economic actors to ensure that this is really happening and translating into value into our economies. But also this means that at a point in time this change and transformation would most probably accelerate the transition. This is what we would like to see. But then, of course, we don't have a huge window of timing. I mean, clearly that 2030 is coming. And then we are even going beyond the 1.5 degrees, which is the Paris Agreement target. So I do not know whether we still have the time to move the transition the way we would like in these territories that we would like to see. So to make us a bit understand where we are, what are at stake in this COP29, how we can dive into these complexities, because at the end of the day, the transition costs are huge. In terms of the stranded assets is also huge. This will mean in many financial institutions, they will have to really transit very quickly into something completely new, completely innovative. But then at the same time, we do not know yet the impact on financial systems and financial system stability. So these are all aspects that are interrelated. So here today in this conversation, and let me remind that this is recorded, so it will be live streamed. We have Nathalie Helmi. Nathalie, she's the head of environmental economics at the Centre Scientifique de Monaco, and she's Euro-Mediterranean Economists Association member of the advisory board. So Nathalie, how do you see the latest development in terms of research on the ecosystemic services? You have done huge amount of work on this over the years. And what do you see the nature-based solutions that are really nowadays being properly valued, since we have discussed in the COP28 last year? And please share how the stakeholders could eventually address the transition to a nature-positive economy, and whether we still have the time to do it. So please, Nathalie, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Reem. Thank you for inviting me. I'm very happy to be on this panel with my friends and colleagues and everyone here. Since COP28, research on ecosystem services and nature-based solutions has advanced, emphasizing their role in addressing climate change and biodiversity loss. Both the IPBES and IPCC recognize nature-based solutions as vital in tackling the twin crisis. A notable development is the European Biodiversity Partnership's launch of a new research call on NBS, aiming to enhance understanding and implementing these solutions. Additionally, the European Commission has published resources highlighting the importance of nature-based solutions in regenerating areas affected by human activities and restoring key ecological functions. When we talk about ecosystem services, the most difficult to calculate as a monetary value is the cultural ecosystem service. And now there is a new word that is iconic ecosystem service. And we have a new methodology that has been developed to calculate this ecosystem service. So this is something new since last COP. Stakeholders are actively working towards a nature-positive economy. The World Economic Forum's Nature Action Agenda is leading business and policy transformations by building a compelling economic case for safeguarding nature and catalyzing leadership for nature-positive transitions in various industry sectors. Furthermore, the United Nations Environment Programme Finance Initiative and the Finance for Biodiversity Foundation have unveiled a new working model, providing practical guidance on how the finance sector can operationalize the nature-positive concept to halt and reverse biodiversity loss by 2030. In the private sector, companies are adopting science-based targets to combat biodiversity loss. For instance, Kering, Holcim have committed to protecting land and reducing freshwater usage, aligning with the Science-Based Target Network guidelines. Additionally, over 20 leading Australian businesses have co-founded Nature Positive Matters, an initiative supporting companies in nature-related data collection and reporting to inform policies to guide investment towards sustainability. When we talk about nature finance, we refer to financial strategies and mechanisms that prioritize ecological sustainability. It addresses both green finance, which funds eco-friendly projects like renewable energy and sustainable agriculture, and of course nature-based solutions, such as reforestation, wetland restoration. These solutions harness natural processes to provide economic, environmental, and social benefits. However, nature finance also focuses on redirecting finance away from nature-negative activities, sector, and practices that harm ecosystems. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nathalie. I think you gave a number of initiatives already globally. I'm sure there are many other initiatives that we are not even aware about. So how do you see this really put on a global setting? So of course, when I say global setting, how can we learn from different experiences and ensure that those are really going into the right direction with the right methodologies and then it can be used to upscale this type of initiatives globally?
We have the global initiatives with global frameworks that give a general methodology. But what is more interesting is to look at the local initiatives, especially on the ocean, because when we talk about, for example, blue carbon, the sequestration rate is different in the different localities, and we cannot use the same methodology everywhere to calculate ecosystem services. So if we want to give a value to the ecosystem and ecosystem services, it should be local and not global.
But then the action has to be global.
The action should be global, because if we stay local, it is not enough. So this is why some agencies like the UN should take the initiative and to incentivize all the local initiatives more.
Another thing you mentioned is the EU framework on the which is the restoration law, which was approved in June 2024. Of course, what they are trying to do there is to restore 20% of the targets in terms of biodiversity and restoration of the nature. So how do you see this in terms of incentivizing the financial sector to move into these initiatives as well? And what is your view about that?
It's a first global initiative, so I think the EU is taking the lead on this. And if we want to achieve the 30-30 objective, I think this is very important. For the financial sector, they are very now. They look at this and they really want to achieve their goals, because it is important not only in the EU but also globally, because 2030 is it's very close.
Thank you very much, Nathalie, for giving your insight about this. And I think the role of research is important also to give more ideas and more insights to the global leaders to understand a little bit how we can move into a nature-positive economy. Our second speaker is Eckhard Ernest. Eckhard, he is the Chief of Macroeconomic Policy Unit at the International Labour Organization. He's also a member of the advisory board of the Euro-Mediterranean Economists Association and the president of the Geneva Macro Labs. Eckhard, how do you see the progress that has been made since last year when we met in COP28 on the Nature Capital Framework and its valuation? Is it really accepted now as with the valuation principles, and what are the progress that you have seen since last year on this front, and how do you relate the work you're doing on this, specifically on this, with what Nathalie has been saying, and also aligned with the EU law on restoration, which was approved just a few months ago? Eckhard, to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rim, and thanks for inviting me. Great to be with you, even only virtually. Apologies, I got stuck here in Geneva, but still, it's a pleasure to be with you. I wanted to actually follow up on exactly the point that Nathalie was making about this, the link between local and global developments. I think that from our perspective as well, there are some really positive developments in the sense that there's an increasing recognition that nature capital markets or the valuation framework of nature is really playing a key role in these conservation mechanisms. And I say that in particular from the perspective of the ILO, where we used to very much think in terms of traditional interventions for the green transition. I think that the idea of using market mechanisms as one way of improving conservation efforts, I think, has been increasingly also recognized by, let's say, non-traditional actors in that field. And Natalie mentioned already the biodiversity aspect that has been increasingly included. I think it's something that we also recognize very much in our work here. I think the most important aspect, a positive aspect, and why this has been moved forward so quickly, also with organizations like mine here, is that carbon markets are increasingly seen as a solution that allows coordination across jurisdiction and benefiting in particular low-income, nature-rich countries, but within these countries also maybe populations that are usually very vulnerable and not benefiting from developmental efforts overall. It is not yet, and I think you mentioned COP28. I think we are still at the point where there is no internationally agreed solution. I think that was the purpose of Baku, obviously. Hopefully we'll see some solutions coming out over the next whatever is left, week and a half or so. But clearly there is, I mean, especially this negotiation around Article 4 are, really in a complicated situation. And I mean, I think we recognize that there needs to be some progress in this respect. I think on the let's say on the less positive side, if I may add to that, is that and you alluded to it in your opening remarks, is that clearly the conservation efforts do not seem to be enough. And I think that climate change is progressing much faster than we thought. We have reached already 1.5 degrees this year, and I don't think that we will see even 2030 that the efforts that are necessary, we don't see necessarily that happening. So we need to find additional ways of including tech solution to that as well. And I think that's something where we at the ILO are a bit concerned that a lot of these tech solutions are highly concentrated in a few countries that really don't benefit the global working population overall. And that brings me maybe to my last point on this particular item is I think that the focus, and Natalie, you kind of stressed us very much, the focus in this debate on natural capital markets is very much on nature, which is obviously the main purpose of it. But we do see that there are implications at the local level in terms of social, economic and labor market implications. We just completed a study where we looked specifically into the impact of a project in New Zealand, nature conservation project in New Zealand, looking into the type of population that would be affected. So if you look at the country as a whole, you think that, oh, that's actually not a lot of people. We are talking about the job creation potential of roughly 1% of the workforce in New Zealand, which is not a lot. But when you look specifically into where these projects are actually happening and where these populations are living, that would be in principle involved in these conservation efforts, we're talking about 7% of the workforce in these areas, which is a significant improvement, also with respect to the working conditions that are currently living in. So I think that we need to take this into account, including into our valuation mechanisms, to make sure that we have also a politically better standing in terms of selling these projects as one way of helping populations that are maybe underserved and vulnerable in this field. So I think that having these projects is a great way of advancing also social justice and decent work in these countries, and I think that's something that we should use as a selling point, which in my view and the view of the ILO hasn't been stressed enough. I wanted to kind of take this opportunity also to kind of highlight a bit. We have recently concluded a research brief, I don't know if you can see that, on these carbon market discussion with a view specifically on just transition, where we kind of pinpoint again the importance of using the funds that are generated by carbon markets, so potential funds that are generated by carbon market projects, to advancing a social condition, including reskilling projects, social protection projects, enterprise development projects, etc. So I think that from our point of view, there is a huge potential that hasn't been tapped into, and that we should at least recognize and hopefully advance in the future. So thanks for having me.
Thank you very much, Eckhard. But I want to know whether there is a mapping, a global mapping on all these initiatives that one can access in a, I would say, publicly accessible to everybody, so we can assess the advantages, disadvantages, and then better understand what it means in practice on a sectoral level, also on a country level.
I mean, this would actually be a great idea, and I can only support that. For the moment, the only person at the ILO is doing this type of mapping is me, and as you can imagine, that is a bit too limited as a resources to do that at a global level. This project on New Zealand cost us like 3 months of work to do that, and I'm happy to kind of advance it. Indeed, as you said, there is not only a national perspective, so it is a sectoral perspective, there's an occupational perspective, and as I mentioned, there's also a subnational perspective when you look at specific regions within or provinces within countries. But yes, that would be a great idea, and I can only encourage whoever is in the audience to reach out to me and see whether we can find ways of advancing that type of research and mapping.
Eckhard, we are writing a declaration up to the end of probably in the next couple of days. Probably one of the recommendations to have all of this a global mapping. So then everybody can access this, and this should be, in fact, like on a voluntary basis. So all countries are able to input the information on this platform.
Excellent. I mean, I can only support that initiative. And as I said, we have done the mapping now for this particular project in New Zealand. We have a methodology of doing this. It's not particularly complicated, but I'm happy to share this with whoever is interested in that, and we can maybe advance that kind of mapping together.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Eckhard. Our next speaker is Thorsten Thiel. Thorsten, he is the founder of Global Ocean Trust, and he's also a senior advisor to the Blue Carbon Accelerator Fund, and also a member of the advisory board of Euro-Mediterranean Economists Association, so he's really among friends today. What is your view about the most, I would say, advances in the blue nature solutions? So the blue nature solutions are all related to the oceans and seas, most probably. And then how the financial mechanisms that are in offer nowadays can support them. So what is your view about this? Of course, there are the blue carbon and the green carbons. So just explain to us a little bit the difference and why, and what is really the particular difference between them. Is it only because of the sea and the land, or it's the same concept? So it's, please.
Yes, thank you very much. And I think it's really important that we use this ability that we've been given through the IPCC and the UNFCCC to integrate ocean into the way we think about these solutions. And so, technically speaking, certain blue carbon ecosystems immediately fall under the system. So for mangroves, for seagrasses, we already have the same methodology. Then as we think beyond those systems, the complexity of marine coastal ecosystems really is that the adaptation and resilience benefits go beyond the carbon mitigation benefits. So if you take a whole coast approach, you'll think about reefs as part of resilience and adaptation. You think about the way the sediments in that coastal area are part of the overall system where carbons are sinking. So it's complex ecosystems. And so I think the first part is to understand how we can best develop economic activities that are aligned with these nature-based solutions. And that is really where the push is now towards a sustainable and regenerative blue economy that takes into account these impacts. As we think about investment, we need to think about it as that systems approach and how we can optimize these systems values and aligned with what Natalie was saying. Now, what is very interesting as you look at it from a financial perspective, obviously you can look at these as individually financeable possibilities, but that means you are using very bespoke approaches, need to understand these projects very specifically, understand their cash flows, revenue base. It's a hard way of thinking about it. But if you think about how finance generally functions, you have large categories of investment that companies, investors are much more familiar with. And so I think it is really important to understand where that linkage lies between those specific nature-based solutions and these broader approaches, more traditional approaches. So one area that I found very interesting is how the corporate sector is starting to think about insetting of nature-based solutions into their value chain, both to improve their overall physical risk profile, but also to improve their reputational risk topic. And so that doesn't only go directly to the companies they work with, but also to their value chain. So if you are a local supplier of seaweed, your local farmer of seaweed, and seaweed is part of that system of nature-based solutions, as you become part of a corporate value chain, you also become part of the ability to show these benefits at a social, human, and ecosystem level. So that, I think, is a really interesting trend. Another very interesting opportunity is around infrastructure. Infrastructure as an investment class is large, is happening, and obviously a lot of coastal infrastructure needs to be rethought in any case. So we will be spending, as the global community, probably in the order of 100 trillion on infrastructure over the next 2 decades or so. If we do that right, i.e. optimize the use of the nature-based solutions as part of the design of infrastructure, then that means we have large traditional financing approaches that deliver these outcomes. And not only do they deliver opportunities locally, but they actually have a better financial profile than some of the more traditional types of investments in infrastructure. And so taking that on board means we have a really large opportunity to bring finance flows into the space in an integrated way using the largest pools of finance we already have. So that, I think, are 2 really relevant pathways that already exist and we can work with. And then, of course, all the issues you mentioned in your introduction, as we understand better how we do ocean accounts, how we calculate natural capital, we can start to address, I think, the other gap that is very clear here in the discussions at the COP, which is that much less funding has gone into adaptation and resilience. And that is because avoided loss, which is the real gap, is more difficult to calculate than just an investment into something that delivers you renewable energy, for instance. And so for that avoided loss calculation, for the benefit of spending money now to avoid a loss later, you need a pricing mechanism. And that pricing mechanism means tools like insurance can give you that. So the finance industry is playing a really important role in this transformation to turn avoided loss into an investable proposition. So we need price points around that then allow large finance to flow into the space.
Thank you, Thorsten, for this. I wanted to ask you mentioned the insurance and also the reinsurance sector, which is important in the whole setting. But based on the most recent experiences of extreme events, there has been a kind of a withdrawal from insurance and reinsurance companies from certain businesses that are confronted much more than others to extreme event, heat, or especially in the hotspots. One of the hotspots, and you know very well, is the Mediterranean. So the insurance and reinsurance costs have increased a lot. And this makes it much more difficult, in fact, to move into a model that is economically viable. So at the end, somebody has to pay for this, and at the end, you know, the companies or probably whoever has to insure has to practically pay much more than before. So how do you see this?
So first, the fact that insurance is responding exactly shows what we're talking about. The price points have changed because the risks are increasing, because we need to address the challenges now. Now, the second aspect that insurance needs to do is have granular data so that we can see where long-term safety stability can be. And so there's a huge revolution really around the type of data that goes into these processes to determine the difference about whether you invest here or over there, whether you find ways to invest upstream to reduce the flood risk downstream, how do you create transactions around that. So there's a huge opportunity there. Then a third entry point, which I think is really interesting, is are there ways to make insurance outflows more efficient? And that's where a lot of the parametric insurance work comes in, because it allows a payout very quickly because it's tied to a specific measure, specific data, rather than an assessment of the loss. You go out and pay because a certain event has happened. And so having that ability to pay out quickly and thereby help address some of the after effects, because there's money there right at the time when it's needed. So these are all entry points, but I think we just need to start with the premise that some of these things have become more expensive because we haven't done this investment by now. We need to do it now.
Another question to you is the role of the public sector in disaster management. We've seen, for example, in the case of Spain, that has been the flooding and so on. So the government may not have been prepared for such an event. And if we would have per country a disaster fund, most probably the payout would be much quicker, and also overall risk of such extreme events will probably go down. How do you see this?
I think there's a really important shift. And I was in the States very recently talking to the US Disaster Management Agency. And about 15 years ago, they didn't have this kind of natural capital assessment. So they did not anticipate. They now have integrated in a lot of their structures and payouts. And so much more money can flow into real assessments, movements on disaster risk. And then a final point on integrating data. So remote sensing is a key facilitator for moving quickly. And so disaster investment, for instance, in smart sensing on subsea cables, on telecommunications cables, is a great opportunity to know early on whether it's an earthquake, a tsunami, or any other kind of disaster, and then make the relevant switches. So, for instance, turn off the electricity network. We now have the ability to put this on all future subsea cables, and we should really push for that, because the economics is one of these assessments. Disaster risk investment has one of the highest returns on an economic assessment point of view.
So what you're bringing today is really to link with infrastructure development and modernization. I think this is key for adaptation as well.
Absolutely, and I think so interesting that sort of the digital debate happens in one place and the nature debate someplace else. It's the same debate.
Exactly. So exactly. Thank you very much, Torsten. Now I would like to move to Marcus Müller. Marcus, he's a Chief Investment Officer and ESG. So for whoever do not know what is ESG, is environment, social and governance, and global head of the Chief Investment Office at Dutch Bank. It's a private bank. So Marcus, how do you see the financial sector progressing in all of these debates? And then how do you see you as a Dutch bank role to move into a nature positive economy globally?
So thank you very much for the question. And maybe I have to turn it around and saying, because of the fact that a bank really not naturally has the knowledge about nature, Deutsche Bank has installed 1 year ago a nature advisory panel, exactly with the goal to advise Deutsche Bank to take nature into account when it's making its finance decision. And with this, as far as I know, we've been the first bank who is doing it. We know from BNP that it has a NEST network, but a dedicated nature advisory panel doesn't exist so far in other banks. So this is really the first step we have to do, to establish a body which helps bankers who just deal with numbers and with economics to understand the natural economics. This is point number one. Point number two is nature is already in our value chains. So I don't think that this is something alien, right? So, but we have forgotten it. Why did we forget it? It was over the time of industrialization and globalization. So the value chains became longer and more intertwined and more complex, so that the pressure point at the beginning of the value chain, where humans and nature are meeting, is not anymore seen and prized at the end of the value chain. And luckily, we have AI, because without this technology, humans itself would not be able to measure this and to see the data. But we need data for making the right decision. And this is a reason why we see now this nature disasters, because we have now no information about about nature. And because of this fact, we are making decisions which are wrong, which leads then in the end to a kind of market failure. So we have a wrong allocation of capital and activities in nature harmful activities, which are then accelerating these exogenous problems we are facing all over the world. And this will get more severe if we don't do it. So we've heard this here at COP. We now have to double more or less our activities and then to double again so that we can reach our targets by 2030. So we just have 6 years more or less left. So this is really, really tough. So we need to accelerate here. And then the other thing is there is always a mysterious discussion about finance gap, especially in nature, in the ocean. I think we have to change our language. There is not a finance gap. There is the finance not flowing, in, as Thorsten or Natalie said, in the sustainable and equitable sectors and areas and activities. So we have to reroute this. But when is financing or finance flows are redirecting their activities? When they see that there is an alternative, which is more attractive than what we've done so far. So we need to get the economics right. If we don't get the economics right, this flow will not happen. And this is something where I think we have two gaps. One gap is a viability gap. We have not proven right now that these solutions are economically viable. We need to do more, and we need to have more details. And we have a credibility gap on the other side. And these viability and credibility gap are leading to this myth of the finance gap. So if we get this credibility and viability gap solved, then we will also see that we don't have a finance gap, that the finance is going in the right direction. And there, banks do play an important role, but just an important role, not the only role. So we really have to build this awareness, this information literacy we need. We have to build this across the entire economy.
Marcus, in an ideal world, what do you want to see to be able to have this funds flowing? Although, yes, maybe you're right, there is no gap because the liquidity is there. But then the liquidity is not, I would say, based on certain economic rationale. It doesn't flow where it should. But then it flows where the money is brought, right? So in an ideal world, how do you see this happening? Who starts the flow?
So in an ideal world, we would have two measures. We would have the flow measure, and the price measure, which we all know as GDP. And then we would have juxtaposed the stock and the value measure. And just these two measurements, these two kind of accounting systems would give us an answer where the flows, which are caused by supply and demand, are harming the stock and the value, so the ecosystems itself. And then when we would know it, then we would know that there is a risk when we breach one dedicated level, and then this would be included in the prices, and then no one would go in this direction anymore. So this would be the ideal world. And why do I come to this ideal world? If we think about how the GDP was generated in the 1930s, it was to understand where the defense investments are creating jobs and economic activity. So this is something the US started. And here we can learn from what they wanted to tell us. So we always say GDP is bad, bad, bad. No. GDP is a correct measure, but for just one purpose, for price and flow. So in brutal words, what we strip out of nature, life or death. But what we still do not measure is the value and the stock of the ecosystem. And this is something what we have to work on now. We know GOAP, Global Ocean Accounting Program, as one example, but we don't have this really in a structured manner for the terrestrial activities, etc. So here we need to put far more focus on in an organized way in order to have these two systems next to each other to answer then the question about supply and demand market structures.
I just have a question. I mean, nature has always existed, and nature always gave ecosystemic services. Now, the question is, now we are trying to value this, to give the incentives to economic actors to ensure that they are flowing, the savings into investments. So practically, make it in the simple terms, right? So it happens because our industrialization mechanism and activities have created a lot of pollution. I mean, it has created, based on evidence, the global warming, and now we are trying to change the incentive systems. So change the incentive system toward flowing again or reflowing into another direction, which is taking into account the nature. So what are the real mechanisms that you think that can be upscaled in the future to allow us to understand that or to contribute to this change of flow?
So I think the first thing which is already working is the internalization of this externality through the European carbon market. So this is one of the very first, very functioning examples where I have to say we really can learn from. Now the question is, can we do this also for biodiversity? I would doubt, because Natalie talked about this in the context of the blue carbon. It is something different, right? We rather have to inset biodiversity in the value chains, while with carbon credits we try to remove, or I know it's a word of the last century, we offset to a certain degree. So there is not one-stop solution for this. And I'm, as a finance person, as an economist, I'm always saying, for every problem we have a solution. For every goal we have a tool. So there is enough tools. So we are talking here about blended finance. We have outcome bonds. We have KPI-linked bonds. We have sustainable linked bonds, which talking about the usage of proceeds. So we have so many different things, but we just need to map them to the right solution. And the discussion about carbon credits is one where we have to be very careful about. They are not the tool to solve all our nature and carbon problems. They are there in order to finance the global south, the steward of our global commons, for the fact that they take care about them. Because if they don't lock, the forests, the rainforests will be intact, but they need to feed their families. They need to eat. They need money. And this is just possible through such a financing mechanism, which is described also in the Dasgupta report. And here we need to be very clear for what purposes carbon credits are, for property rights sharing, not more and not less. And there we need also at this COPs far more discussion about for which purpose we need what, and not always talking, this year we are just talking about blended finance. So we need to get real on the things.
Marcus, you mentioned the carbon credit and you didn't mention the standards. Where are we in terms of the standards?
I think we are getting closer to an answer to our question. And at markets, we always have this mean reversion. So to finding an answer, society usually needs to go into extremes. This is a dialectical process, and in the end, we will end up in the middle. So life is not to live the balance, life is about to manage the balance. And the market is mirroring life. So the markets are also managing balance. So I think here we are. But I believe that we need a polycentric model, according also to Elinor Oström's question about the governance of the commons. It is not the problem of the commons, it is a problem of the governance. And here we face the same, and this could be one tool for govern it, and how to do this with global standards. Global standards which really need to be applied everywhere. And one idea I have is think about stock exchanges. We have the New York Stock Exchange, the London Stock Exchange, Euronext, Deutsche Börse. They all trade the same equities. They all trade the same bonds. They know what it is. Why can't we have this the same for such credits? Having one standard, one definition, but we have decentralized activities, but one with integrity for the goal to give the Global South the money they need in order to live prosperity under the prerequisite that they protect our commons.
You gave the answer, so let's see. If
I hope. I'm not sure.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alejandro Lafarga. He's the program officer of the Interreg Next Med. We are in the Mediterranean Pavilion, so we would like to understand also what it means for the Mediterranean region. How does the EU mobilize the grants now? We're going into the grants part. And other funding mechanisms. They are running a big funding project or funding program, sorry, to accelerate the transition to a nature-positive economy.
Thanks, Rim. So I would say that, first of all, I think that many of you are wondering why is a EU funding body here talking about this topic. And I want to stress out that the importance of the capacity of these funding bodies to mobilize capital to nature-based solutions, to make it possible that SMEs, entrepreneurs, have the possibility to start new businesses, and we can give this money so they can make this first step, and then they will be able to get finance to keep on working on it. And how are we doing that? So So you can see here the map of our cooperation area. So Interreg Next Med, we have been working since 2007. So this is our third edition of the program, working to enhance cooperation across the Mediterranean through the launch of calls for proposals and funding the best projects that we've apply. So nowadays, more than 15 countries are in there. More than 200 million people live in the cooperation area, and the program that started last year has a budget of more than 260 million, and we are about to launch this new call, which will be specifically focused on green transition of about 80 million. So with this money, what we want to achieve is that those ones having ideas or projects or technologies or whatever they can do to give a step forward in that in the decarbonization has this opportunity, and how? So there are different ways. We will reduce the cost of this of their investment because they will have this grant to start over. But also through pilots, they will reduce the risks of these investments. They will be able to try first and then to improve it and to go to financial institutions to ask for more money. And these pilots and these first activities will increase the trust because they will be doing activities backed by public authorities, and then will be able to get on the financial markets. They will get even reduced interest rates as they can prove that this solution work. So this is about the multiplier effect of the grants that we are giving. This is about of the financial leverage that these 80 million that we are giving now we will lead to greater investment. So, and this is one of the KPIs that we ask to the projects also when they write their application. So, how will you mobilize more capital? What will be the effect beyond the time of the implementation of the project? And this is, as I was saying, our third edition of the program. In the previous editions, we have been working also a lot with those with what we call the non-bankable people. So we were calculating that more than 3 billion people in the world did not access to the financial system, and so they couldn't develop their innovative ventures, and so we have been helping them also to develop these projects with some solutions that could have positive effects to the environment. In fact, in the past program, 3 projects were exactly addressed to non-bankable people, and also we believe and we have been trusting many business support organizations who are the entities who have also the capacity to select, to filter, and to choose the best solutions that at the end will be funded. And this is also very linked to what you were mentioning about the viability and the credibility gap. So we are increasing the viability and credibility of these solutions since we are giving a first push, and then they will go to go by their own. And so now it's about the new program, and the new call we're about to launch, and this is the 9 topics that we are funding. So I want to stress out all the, in this new call, which is called Call for Green Transition Projects, we will ask to all the projects to have to address somehow environmental topics. But in some of them, I want to mention that these objectives will be more focused on giving people the opportunity to make a first investment, a first pilot, and then to get the possibility of this financial leverage to continue working on these solutions. I want also to stress out we have 4 topics entirely addressed to environment, and of course we will also mention it here, climate change adaptation. So we know and we've seen also in Spain. I am from Valencia, so I've seen very near what happened last weeks. We will fund projects that will help to adapt to climate change. And even if our funding 80 million euros, we know that for infrastructure is not, something incredible. We hope that that entities, universities as well, research institutions, public bodies, we are a program very open to any kind of entity. They'll be able to test new solutions to adapt to the climate change and make our infrastructures and our cities are more secure and livable places. If not, other topics like the access to education and training. So it's widely open to any topic. So any topic that is related to the green transition. If anyone thinks that a specific sector of workers or a specific cluster has not enough knowledge in a specific topic, you can present a project and to increase the knowledge and the skills on a topic for this sector. Or of course, governance. We are aware that public authorities should also gain the capacities and the skills to develop new policies and more, let's say, these policies that are more aware of what is going on with climate change. So we give here the opportunity to any entity to create a project and to partner with regional or local bodies or even national for a better governance in what concerns climate change. So I think, well, this last slide is only about more, the type of projects that we are seeking. We are funding 89% of the total cost of the projects, between 1 and 3.5 million euros, and 50% of the budget of these projects must go to what we call the Mediterranean partner countries, which are the countries in our program area which are not part of the European Union. Each project should have a partnership of at least 3 different countries represented and one of each side of the Mediterranean. And also we are in this call as a novelty. We are also opening a bit our area. So entities that are in the countries but not in the eligible area, like Paris or Madrid or Milan, could even benefit from our funds. We hope that this call will be a step forward to mobilize capital and make possible that these solutions that for our nature that sometimes are not well backed, we will be able to give this push so they can start and they can get advantage from our money. Of course.
Thank you very much, Alejandro. Can we have back Eckhart? Yeah. So I see the time passing. Already 1 hour almost has passed. I have one question to all of you. I would like you to tell me one recommendation you want to transmit in this COP29 based on the discussion we've had. So I will start with Nathalie.
I would say by aligning global capital flows with environmental sustainability, nature finance offers a framework to tackle biodiversity loss and climate change while creating economic opportunities. So I think it is important, there is an urgent need to protect and regenerate our natural ecosystems, ensuring long-term benefits for people and the planet.
So this is our first recommendation. Torsten?
I believe to do that, we need these common frameworks and common understanding. And so working on that joint message with a common finance approach is the way forward to deliver on what Natalie asked for.
Fantastic. Eckhart?
Yeah, thanks. I mean, I would say that what we really need from Baku now is the completion of the Article 6 negotiation. I think that's essential for these markets to function properly. Maybe one additional point to what Michael was mentioning earlier. I think that the big challenge for developing countries will be to manage these flows that are likely to come in, and I think there's no decentralized solution to it. We really need I mean, the finance sector needs to collaborate with governments to set up proper sovereign wealth funds to regulate the inflow in these countries. Otherwise, it will work at cross purposes for economic development objectives.
Very clear, Marcus.
I think we should stop talking and we should action what we have already been committing to. So I do not get at the COPs why we always need new pledges, new commitments. I think everything is on the table, and we have the tools we need. And we know where we have gaps. But now really closing these gaps and getting the finance flowing, this is now the task. And this is not just the question for the banks, it is also for the ones who want to have this finance and for the ones who want to give the money. So we need to do this matching, and this is possible. So waiting for something which tell us go is not needed. We can go now.
Okay, stop talking. That's a very good point. Yes, I agree with you. Everything is on the table, but there is a political will, and this is the problem. So, and nowadays we are in a very fragmented world. So this is also a very big problem. Alejandro.
So we are at COP. This is a UN event. Okay. So there's the nations here, and it's up to the nations to make possible to reduce the risk on investments of on nature-based solutions. So either we. Even if it's about guarantee schemes or other schemes, other tools, investing in nature should be something safer and something more easier for anybody.
Thank you very much, all of you. And I would also say that we need credible and transparent public-private financing solutions. This is extremely important. While all the sectors are involved, also the insurance and reinsurance companies, I think this is now essential to ensure that we're moving faster into adaptation, into nature finance, and to a nature-positive economy. And we don't have time. I mean, you mentioned 6 years, we have 5 years, and we are seeing, in fact, that the frequency of the extreme events is going up every day, and the destruction of value is going up too. So it means that we need to have resilient approaches. We need to prepare. You mentioned preparedness. You mentioned the transition, also the digital solutions that we have at our hand. To help us really move faster. And of course, we have all the legal tools. They just need to negotiate, and we are expecting a lot from the Baku COP. Hopefully, they will manage their task. At least this is a clear task. Everything is there. The technical standards are all there. So they just need to give us the appropriate answer. Thank you very much for all. This session is closed, and we will continue working together and thinking together about this very important topic for the Mediterranean and for elsewhere. Thank you very much.
Yeah, good evening. Live from Baku for the last session of today here from the Mediterranean Pavilion. Good evening. It's a great pleasure to have you. And tonight we're going to talk about the policy impacts of the climate change conferences in the Mediterranean. I want to thank, of course, EMET, our partners that we have teamed up with to produce this report, and Eco-Union. And of course also the Union for the Mediterranean, Gramenos Mastroianni and his entire team, Adria, for putting us all together. Thank you so much. I also want to thank the authors, of course, Hayat Jaluli. I hope I don't struggle too much with the last name, and Jeremy Voss. Hayat is a policy research assistant, and Jeremy is the co-founder and president of Eco-Union. I'm also really happy that my dear friend Matthias Ibanez is here with us tonight. He's the coordinator of operation with Medwaves from Barcelona and has been working with us for many years already. Thank you, Matthias, for being here at this late hour.
Thank you.
And let me just give you a brief introduction why we did this report together. As we all work on climate-related matters in the Mediterranean, we stuck our heads together after the last COP in Dubai, where we were also present. And we're wondering if there really existed a comprehensive analysis of the effects of the COPs in the Mediterranean region. And we came to the conclusion that there didn't exist such a report. And this is why we co-created this. And I hope you gain a lot of insights from it. And this is why we're here tonight. And before we start with the actual presentation of the report, I would like to give the floor now to Antoine April, who is the program manager of the Sustainable Development and Regional Integration Department with EMET. Antoine, great having you. Regards to Barcelona.
Thank you, David. Thank you all. Good evening from Barcelona. Just a few words to say that on behalf of the IMED, we are delighted to have the opportunity to present this timely and comprehensive report. So thank you, David, for your collaboration in making this possible. We are also pleased to once again join forces with the Friedrich-Naumann Foundation to address the pressing issue of climate change and advance climate action in the Mediterranean. And of course, obviously, a special thanks goes to our colleagues from Eco-Union and the authors of this report, Jeremy Voss and Hayat Jaluli, for producing such a comprehensive study on the impacts of the COPs in the Mediterranean. And as you said, David, the primary objective of this report was to provide a thorough understanding of the progress of Mediterranean countries that have made in responding to the COP agreements, but as well as the challenges that persist in translating these decisions into tangible actions. And without preempting Jamie's presentation, I would like to say that the report underscored, among other things, a critical funding gap in the region climate action, a gap we hope this COP will help bridge. So the stakes are undoubtedly high for Mediterranean countries in this COP, but I leave Jeremy to elaborate further on this. And to conclude, just to say that this report is not just a reflection on progress and challenges, but also a call to action. It highlights the needs for stronger collaboration and mobilization of more resources and capacity building policies. So I leave the floor back to you, David and Jeremy, for the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Antoine, for your kind words. It's been a true pleasure to be cooperating once more. So yes, without further ado, Jeremy, I would like to give the floor to you. You have some 15 minutes to present the work that you have conducted in a brilliant manner together with Hayat, and we are looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you, David. Thanks, Antoine. Thanks to the UFM and to the participants of this call today. It has been a pleasure to work on a very short notice to prepare this session, but as well to draft this report, which is a working document. So we are very pleased to receive any inputs so to deep dive, if necessary, on some specific points we are going to elaborate today. And I would like to thank in particular my co-author Ayat. She did an amazing job in looking for data and drafting the first version. So I think we can also congratulate her for this document. So I will share my screen. Hope it works, and presenting around 15 slides with the key highlights. But obviously, you have more content and nuances in this document. So I will not repeat. I think we all know that the Mediterranean region is a climate hotspot and biodiversity hotspot, and with already very large impact through climate events. And this has been presented this morning in a session by my colleagues from MEDEC, UFM, and other institutions monitoring the environmental and climate impacts in the region. So we all know that we are not on track to reach the global commitments, and that's obviously true as well in the region. So we've tried to look and to cluster the different moments, policy commitments that were part of the different conferences of parties of the UNFCCC. So that's mainly driven by, let's say, the institutional frameworks, but we also do a bit of we did a bit of research on other more bilateral or sub-regional or regional initiatives related to climate policies in the region. So it's not exhaustive for sure, but I think it's the first piece of paper that could help to accelerate the regional climate action in the Mediterranean. So we had obviously the Kyoto Protocol in '97 that was the first target emissions reduction, mainly for EU countries within the Mediterranean region, and then that was the first, let's say, a commitment related to climate action within the region as per this global agreement. And we had the second phase, Paris Agreement, that was a key milestone at global level, but in particular for the Mediterranean, because again, it integrated not only the EU countries as part of the global north, you know, the so-called polluting carbon emitters of within the different policy framework, but as well also the southern countries that were recognized to be able to receive climate finance through the different instruments that were launched at the COP21, and in particular also through the policies that are targeting not only EU countries, but as well all global countries, in particular Southern East Mediterranean countries, through the NDCs. And more recently, we had the new loss and damage fund, but is still to be operationalized, but is also going to affect positively the countries in need to finance climate actions. Then if we look a bit more from, as I would say, political lens, we see three clusters of countries. Obviously, there are the EU member states with a very ambitious climate targets related to the net zero by 2050, and with different policy instruments, including ETS, just transition mechanisms, and a set of policies that are going to be implemented in the coming years based on the European Green Deal. Obviously, we have a new commission, so we still have to see what's going to come next, but we don't expect a change in terms of climate ambition. Quite the opposite actually could happen due to the recent climate events, in particular in Valencia, that are putting again a lot of pressure on EU countries to have more resilient plans. If we look at the southern countries, there are two sets of countries. The one that are, I would say, focusing on mitigation, investing in particular in green energy. So Morocco could be a good example. But we have also others that are also trying to develop mitigation. That is, as we're going to see very soon, is still in general poor in terms of climate funds. And then we have the third cluster of countries that are heavily dependent, mainly for incomes, on fossil fuel, in particular in the region Algeria and Egypt. And those countries obviously have very large challenges because they have to change the way they are financing their public budgets and to provide also, to maintain a social contract within the country. So those are countries that are particularly affected by the climate agreements. Obviously, we had a few COPs hosted within the Mediterranean countries. I would focus only on the last ones, and probably Morocco, Marrakesh one in 2016, and the recent COP27 in Egypt are the more relevant ones. In particular, because since Egypt, since Sharm el-Sheikh, we have seen the existing, the creation of the Mediterranean Pavilion, which was the first time where Mediterranean countries, through the support of the UFM and other institutions, were having a physical place where they could actually share knowledge, policy commitments, and policy initiatives. And we might also expect, I think we're going to know very soon, another Mediterranean country, likely Turkey, to be candidate and maybe to host the COP31 in 2 years, so after Rio, Brazil. So we are also on top of the UN FCCC policies COPs, climate COPs. We are a Barcelona Convention, which is very active on, in particular, on climate adaptation. There is a framework that has been approved by contracting parties, and there is a strategy for sustainability, the MSSD, that is currently under review, and with a specific objective on climate change that is going to be reinforced in the new strategy. And very recently, we had also the creation of the new regional activity center based on climate change, based in Istanbul, still to be operationalized, but hopefully would give a lot of capacity for contracting parties to act in particular on adaptation. We have obviously the UFM, we have the MEDEC expert bodies, and we have also different climate events, MedCop, organized at regional level, and also a partnership, MedCities, a partnership of local authorities, and the MCAP, which is very interesting, I think, because it goes beyond the geographic Mediterranean region, but including other countries that are suffering the same Mediterranean climate ecosystems. So obviously there is a need, we'll see that in a minute, on mitigation. That's part of the global commitment to decrease CO2 emissions, but also in particular in the region, we believe adaptation is critical to cope with climate events, water stress, and food security. And if we look at the numbers in terms of climate funds received in the region, so we have two very large countries, Morocco and Egypt, that are having quite significant incomes to finance climate, mainly climate mitigation. But we also see clearly that we need to increase adaptation. It's only 21% of the climate funds. And this is not enough if we want to cope with what's coming next, and how it has been highlighted in the different MEDEC reports. So we see gaps, a lot of gaps on climate finance, difficulties to access to for different reasons, for lack of of capacity, but also bureaucracy, lack of planning, and very high costs to attract those funds, and also the need to work much more on technology transfer, because obviously this is something that is going to be very expensive, and we have to ensure as well that the technology is being produced or applied locally based on the needs by countries. We see a lot of also challenges in terms of governance, political challenges, instability. We are suffering in the region, unfortunately, a lot of institutional barriers, lack of regional cooperation, still very fragmented, despite a lot of interest and efforts. Few success stories by some specific countries. Morocco, Spain could be some of them, and a need for action to anticipate and to adapt to what's coming very soon. And I think also it's fair to say that the UN complexity and the diplomatic landscape was not very helpful, because we don't have yet a formal Mediterranean group. This is divided. I mean, each country is divided, allocated in different groups, which is again a difficulty to advance on climate action. We see a need to focus on specific priorities, in particular water, food, energy. That's again, this is something that we know. There are very good reports published by UFM, published by MEDEC, published by different bodies. So I think we know the roadmap, and now we have to see how we can implement that. And I think this is a need for political commitment, but also a need to reinforce regional cooperation and capacity building, knowledge sharing. And we saw this morning, and I think that's fair to say again, there is a need to access to data and to track, to monitor what's happening in terms of climate events and also climate action. So we believe as well the private sector has a key role to play. He has to be involved. And also, we look at the energy sector in the region, it's a mix between private and state-owned companies. So we have to work with them, and sometimes it could be complicated to work with such a diverse set of businesses, energy utilities, but this is critical if we want to advance climate action, in particular clean energy. And again, we will see the loss and damage funds, how this is going to be developed and could be used by those countries to advance on resilience and on the path toward more resilient communities. We see again gaps in technology transfer, in education and training, in skills, in governance, in community empowerment, and in regional cooperation. So just to conclude, I think I'm on time, we need to enhance the ambition of the region through collective climate action. This has to be done by institutional and international supports, including good governance. So use existing policy frameworks, but if needed, I think we might want also to develop some specific ones. And we all see definitely that the region has a lot of specificities in terms of geography, in terms of political landscape, in terms of as well of cultural and economic diversity. So we need also to have a specific roadmap to advance on climate action. So again, we believe this could be a laboratory for climate resilience, but this is going to happen only if we increase our capacity and commitments to advance climate action. So you have the link. We are towards the working documents, so we're very pleased also to follow up on you and to give a space for more evidence-based policy action toward climate mitigation and adaptation. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Jeremy. Fantastic work. So many insights. Thank you so much, really. I now want to ask Matthias, you have been working on Mediterranean issues for many years. You have been observing how the COP is evolving as well, or has been evolving. And we've heard that the first COP took place in Berlin in 1995, COP 1, within a very different geopolitical framework. There was a lot of optimism in many fields, and nowadays the landscape looks slightly different. And I would like to ask you about your opinion. What does the COP29 mean for the Mediterranean? Why is it still so important that we meet once per year and discuss climate action, collective climate action, as we've just heard? Yes.
Thank you, David. Thank you also, Jeremy Foss and my colleagues, Antoine, also for the presentation from IMED, and also thank you for the foundation, the Frederick Naumann Foundation, for inviting us here today. So I think, as you touch upon, right, Mediterranean region is key also. It's a key player, I think. To have a pavilion here, it's not easy as well at the COP29, no? And it's we have been doing it 3 years in a row as well. We were in Sharm el-Sheikh, also in Dubai. And at the end of the day, it's what we said at the opening of the Mediterranean Pavilion some days ago, right? We are a cluster of institutions, very different among us. We have some academia, think tanks, policy institutions, regional governments as well. But we all bring some passion and also some, let's say, knowledge to bring, no, to be positive about the change. So I think it's good that we meet us, because we can bring solutions also to the COP. It's not that we just can benefit from what is in the COP29, but also they can also share and take benefit from our solutions. I would say, as you were mentioning, right, and Jeremy Foss, there are many challenges globally speaking. Climate change effects are transboundary, so we all are facing quite of the same, or at least similar challenges. No, one of the initiatives that it was mentioned was the MCAP, right? This Mediterranean Climate Action Partnership between the government of Catalonia and government of California and other regions, bioregions, let's say, that they are having similar regional challenges that they are facing together, like drought or heat waves, right? So this is very important, because Mediterranean solutions can be also applied at the COP, and we can also transfer this knowledge up top down, I would say, but also bottom up. No, we can bring from the bottom to the up, and this is what also as UNEP MAP Regional Activity Center we do, right? We are part of the UNEP MAP convention framework, right? We are inside the Mediterranean Action Plan system. So at the end of the day, we do regional cooperation as well. We help countries, we bring solutions to them, and we accompany them to also fight for climate change, but also to be more climate resilient, right? And also I think we have many solutions to bring to this pavilion, but to this COP as well. For example, our main topic of expertise is it's circular economy, and circular economy is also a key player in climate change mitigation. We are seeing nowadays the topic is bringing more into the hotspot as well. So it will have an effect on negotiations, but also in solutions. And we here, as a regional activity center, we can bring also this part, at least the knowledge sharing, right? And also talking with other colleagues, other regions, other countries, what are they doing in climate change? What are they doing in circular economy? It's all about this debate, these discussions that fit also the negotiation and somehow also the policy actions, right? It was very, very relevant also what Jeremy was mentioning about the gaps, no? There are many gaps, it's true, in this COP, but in other COPs we have seen, right? It's true that in Dubai last year it was announced at least the loss and damage fund, because just transition has become one of the key elements that we need to foster also action on it. Just transition in terms of social dimension, because when we talk about climate change impacts, we talk about finance, we talk about policy action, but we need to also talk about vulnerable groups and social impacts, right? We have many injustices still nowadays, like gender justice, we need to foster gender justice, also labor justice. So it's this just transition pathways I really think is very relevant. And also at Medways Regional Activity Center, we are supporting activities on this line of action with the support of the UNEP MAP Secretariat and the Convention of Barcelona, because I think it's a topic very relevant to us for the Mediterranean region, but it's getting nowadays more and more, let's say, relevancy as well to this COP. And I would just like to end as also the role of private sector. Jeremy was mentioning now, right, how the private sector needs to be involved. And that's true, like the finance gap is real. We need blended finance from public institutions, but also private. Private sector needs to be behind this. They need to help us to mobilize climate adaptation and mitigation funds to it. But also I think the role of private sector, it's a two-way road. We also need to support private sector to be more sustainable, to be more green, no? To be greener, and to be more just as well. So also as we part as Medways, right, as Regional Activity Center, we support green entrepreneurs as well to do this switch, no? To this change of business model, to get more a sustainable pathway and to create or develop sustainable business models. So to sum up, because I don't want to take time as well, I would say the COP29 is very relevant. Also, it's a geopolitically difficult time for the Mediterranean, it's true, but I think we have many solutions, shared solutions that we can bring into these discussions all these days. That's why we have the colleagues here at the Mediterranean Pavilion. Here is an example that we are giving voice to so many topics, so many sectors, and many problematics. And I think this knowledge sharing, this exchange of views, best practices, what is making advance also the COP at the global level, but also the COP can benefit from us and the Mediterranean system that is created, and UNEP MAP Barcelona Convention, of course, because we have been here for 50 years. This year will be the 50th anniversary of the Barcelona Convention, so it's also good to take also a look, right, to our convention, which was the first convention here in the Mediterranean, and we are also tackling climate change. As Jeremy was mentioning, we have a climate change adaptation framework. So I think it's a two-way road. We can benefit the crop, but also get some solutions from it. So I would just end here, but thank you very much to the foundation for inviting us and to the colleagues as well.
Thank you so much. I think it's really relevant what you said about involving the private sector. I think we see on so many levels that we really need strong economies to combat climate change. No, because firstly, if people are worried about inflation and job losses, they don't care about the climate as much as anymore, as we see it in Germany, for instance, at the moment, or in other countries. Also, as if we look at the European part, no, we need to be strong if we look at the global policy framework to be able to sell our story. You know, it's like it's really hard if you're not innovative, if you're not like leading industries also, and to try to convince others to follow your path. Now there's a saying: the US invents it, China copies it, and Europe regulates it. And unfortunately, there's some truth to it. Jeremy, you also mentioned in the study that you support a stronger Mediterranean Union, even, which we fully agree with. Apart from the Union for the Mediterranean, what could be done additionally to support the Mediterranean ecosystem? And this is a question for everybody, because Barcelona is very strong with all the ecosystem, and you are all players of it. What can be done even more to support the ecosystem in Barcelona and other places around the Mediterranean? The Union for the Mediterranean has put this together, this pavilion, for the third time, as you said. Fantastic initiative, but there are so many more things that we can do. What would you recommend from an institutional perspective? What can be done? A question for everybody. Who wants to start? Maybe Jeremy.
Yeah, very quickly. I think we are. I mean, we need to accelerate, and we need to involve all stakeholders here. So this is not only about countries or governments, national governments. This is also about regional, local authorities. This is also about local communities, NGOs, academia. and the private sector. And this is something that we have to do very quickly, in particular because we are very diverse, economic, regional, and social, ecosystems. So we need to increase our capacity to produce and share knowledge, but as well to improve and the willingness and the commitment, the political commitment of those that policymakers, but also the decision makers. And this is something that we have to do quickly through a common vision. There are some very interesting initiatives, and I think it's going to be launched in the coming weeks. The Med 2050 vision, produced by UNEP MAP Regional Activity Center Plan Bleu, but is giving some pathways, long-term pathways that are necessary to advance, a just and green transitions. So this has to be shared, committed by all parties, and implemented. And to implement those commitments, we need funds and we need willingness. So I think we are really at the early beginning of climate actions, but we can wait more. So we have to increase the political cooperation and the technical implementation on the field, using all the knowledge and all the capacity we have.
Thank you so much, Jeremy. Maybe I would like to ask Hayat and Antoine if you want to add something. Otherwise, I would give the last word to Matthias. Hayat, you want to say something, Antoine?
Yeah, just to bounce back on what Jeremy said, that is completely true. I would just add that the ecosystem is very dense and we need really more coordination and more collaboration between ourselves, because in order to avoid duplication of efforts, we have to accelerate our action and our efforts, and I think we need more collaboration between each other.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Couldn't agree more, Matthias.
Yeah, just to build up on this, it's true. Like, I think in Barcelona, it's becoming one of the Mediterranean cities for greener solutions now. And I think there are many initiatives, as we have the UFM, we have also the Medways and all the rest, right, that we are working, IMET, EcoUnion, there are many of them. So this coordination is very needed as well. And I think we need to create this hub, this Mediterranean hub. But for that, we need private and public sector both, because if we are interconnected, we will also be able to also mobilize funding, right? Easier. Also with the private sector, it's not just institutional side, but also we need private sector as well. Because if we create a Mediterranean hub in Barcelona, and for that we need the local authority, of course, and the regional government of Catalonia, who they are doing very much efforts on these solutions. That's why many also ecosystems of blue economy also they are attracting to Barcelona right now. But I would say if they invest in this, we can also better connect, but with private sector as well. We need them as well in this play to get also to scale up the solutions, right?
Thank you so much, and we are almost on time. It's 8 o'clock and 2 minutes here in Baku, Azerbaijan. Thank you so much, everybody, for this fantastic session. The last session of today in the Mediterranean Pavilion here in Baku. Thank you, and until tomorrow, here from the Mediterranean Pavilion. And now we take a quick group picture with everybody.
Thank you.